Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Aegis Esports. Tonight we have the Aegis Protector League semifinals of CB Rush, the wildcard team, the only one to make it out of the first round, versus Team Fried Chickens, the number 2 seed. I'm Regdor, long time no see. Hi, Dad. I'm back, and I'm joined by Bonfire. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. It's good to be back. Got a little bit of a case of the sickies last week, but can't miss too much of these playoffs. So I forced my body to get better, and I had to come back to watch these games because we've been waiting all season for this. I will say, on paper, CB Rush is that wildcard team like you talked about, but honestly, not a lot separating these teams in terms of records. The difference between the 2 seed and the wild card seed is 1 game. They pretty much are all tied with match record, and the game records aren't that different either. So as a whole, even though CB Rush is a wild card team, do not write them off. They are very much just as much in this as Team Fried Chicken is.
And we love close leagues. Nobody wants to show up for a stomp, especially in a best of 5. I know we were talking a little bit before we got on the air of how far we thought this was going to go, and I already walked in thinking it was going to go all 5 games. I heard you have a sneaking suspicion that the same is true.
Yeah, I feel like I've been pretty good at sniffing out this league, this split. Sometimes I'm very, very wrong in a split, and I don't really have the right reads on teams and such. But this split, I've felt pretty good about who's good, who's maybe not up to standard, and I feel like I've done a pretty good job of feeling out these teams and these matches. And this one feels like it's going to 5. I don't think there's a lot separating these teams. Even if you look at the game record, every single individual game they've played, TFC, Team Fried Chicken, 13-7, CB Rush, 13-5. I mean, there is barely anything to distinguish these 2 squads other than the fact that TFC is the 2 seed and CB Rush is a wild card. But honestly, kind of an arbitrary solution right there. So I will say I think this is either going to go to 5 or one team's really going to step up on the day and make it a quick 3-0. Those are the only 2 solutions I see, but I see this one going the distance, which honestly, is there anything better this late into the playoffs? I'm very excited.
No, nobody wants to walk away with a 3-0. We want the 3-2 as we are into the draft. KFC starting out on the blue side, already banning away a lot of AP picks here early. Ziggs, Lux, and the Lilia gone, while CB Rush still waiting for that 3rd ban, but have already knocked out the Maokai as well as the Zac. A lot of these flex picks, if you're a believer, as well as the Orianna out of there, and we get a B1 Jarvan the 4th. How do we feel about that?
Yeah, J4 has just really risen in popularity, and that's because of the buffs that they've received. And I feel like J4 always kind of carousels their way back into the meta every now and again. The kit always going to be strong in pro play, good early game jungler, great CC, great damage. But the way that the items work with this jungler right now, the Gore Drinker, just very, very strong. And so J4 firmly in the meta at the moment, very much a B1 pick. The response is going to be the Udyr. I don't feel like Udyr is as firmly in the meta as J4 is, but I do think that Udyr can really take over games if left unopposed. If you get a couple of kills as Udyr, you kind of just become unkillable. You can just walk at the enemy team, and all it takes is a stun. Kind of reminds me of Udyr of old, back before the changes, when you just saw almost like Worlds last year, just the Udyr running at them, getting the stun off and running away. So Udyr is still very strong, and then the Rumble for the top lane for CBR.
Yeah, Rumble, most played for Nuffies here, if I'm reading this correctly. 4 plays as this Rumble, and like you said, Udyr to me is the ultimate bravery of champions. You look at his inventory, anything in there, it probably is supposed to be. It probably makes sense. It's a very malleable champion here in the draft. Not so malleable though is this Hover of the Ash, the premier, one of the premier ADC picks we've seen, especially this Triforce build coming online. Accesses so many global vision, global stuns, as well as a pretty nasty 2v2 down on the bot side for KFC, depending on what the pair is.
Yeah, I like this Ashe pick a lot, and one of the biggest strengths of the Ashe pick as well is not only the skirmishing and the damage, which is fantastic with the Triforce like you talked about, but the pick potential with the ultimate. That crystal arrow, if it is able to hit a high priority target, Jarvan gets the ultimate off, and suddenly are able to win team fights almost immediately, assuming you are a good enough shot. So the Ashe very strong in that regard as well. The Aurelion Sol, kind of an interesting pick in the mid lane. I think in terms of scaling, obviously pretty unparalleled, but been kind of usurped in the past in more recent years, or more recent months, I suppose, with the Syndra, Orianna, Azir, and to get more playtime. So kind of interesting to see it slammed so early, especially because it could get counterpicked. So it's interesting to see there. The response for the Ashe is the Caitlyn. Now I will say, picking the Caitlyn this early, I feel like leaves the Morgana susceptible to being banned out. And maybe a Nautilus ban as well could mean that this Caitlyn, which normally likes to have lane dominance, might not be as strong as you might expect.
No, absolutely agree. And thus far in the draft, it's felt like as we enter the second round of bans with things like Olaf and Nefiri coming out of the woodworks, champions that Asol does not want to see because they just kind of say your kit doesn't matter. I'm just going to run at you. But so far, KFC looking to get these premier picks on the blue side with Ashe and Jarvan. While it feels like CB Rush thus far is going towards comfort in the Rumble, the most played up there on the top side. Caitlyn, I believe, second most played there for Dibble. So really interesting in these best of fives where you're testing the water for these last bans coming out to see CB Rush kind of just going to, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I do think that the Rumble, you know, obviously you're able to counterpick it because they picked it so early. But the thing about the Rumble that's so frustrating to go into is all of the counterpicks aren't really that great right now. I think that the Rumble really is fantastic into so many meta top laners. You know, you've got the Renekton that doesn't really do too well into Rumble. You've got the Jax, doesn't really love going into the Rumble. And so I do think that this Rumble is not going to be fun for KFC to have to deal with, especially with Ashe and Aurelion Sol, two fairly immobile champions. Obviously Aurelion Sol has the ability to fly away, but if you get the equalizer dropped on top of you, you're gonna have to fly pretty darn far away to get out of that. So I do like this Rumble pick. The more and more it is picked into, the question is, what do they want to pick into it in the top lane? They are going to go with their response towards support first. The Braum into the Alistar should be good at negating a lot of the annoyingness that the Alistar brings to the table. But again, Ashe fairly immobile, and so Alistar would be able to often just walk up and you know, get the CC across. Not much that Braum can do about that. But in terms of the damage that follows after the CC, yeah, that's where the Braum really comes in handy.
Absolutely, and it does look like we're gonna get that Aatrox locked in as the counter pick to Rumble every year around Worlds. Aatrox just seems to rear its head back up, and he will be that response. And I think this kind of becomes the question as we're rounding out the draft with this counter pick, more than likely going into the mid lane, unless we're doing something super crazy. Is that the bot side looks very self-sufficient from KFC. Ashe scales. Braum is an impenetrable wall, and their combination of slows and stuns put together just means, what does Alistar really get to do? Is that Fizz?
Yeah, I casted a Fizz a couple weeks ago, so not as blown away. But when I did cast the Fizz, I'll say that there were some interactions I hadn't seen in a while, because I hadn't seen a pro Fizz in a while. And first of all, the Fizz absolutely dominated the game. So Fizz is in a fine spot to be picked. I think the biggest question mark with Fizz is always, are you able to get the damage across, right? You are an assassin, and if you get CC'd up, if you get focused, as any assassin is true with, you're basically, you know, not there in the game. But if you're able to get the damage across and you're able to just decimate anybody on the side of KFC, you're pretty happy about that. And so, I mean, I feel like a lot of onus is now put into this mid lane of, can this Fizz get ahead? And if not, that's going to be a huge issue, because this Aurelion Sol should run away.
Yeah, it's like you said, you either see Fizz absolutely dominate the game, go wherever he wants, be the you know, Mundo on a stick, or it just becomes absolutely useless in the face of Braum, late game Asol, and Ashe, who just proceed to slow you, not allow you to move around, take away every sense of the word of what makes Assassins great. So early on, you know, that's got to be the question, is the mid lane. And also, honestly, KFC, where are we going? Where is Jovi going to go on this J4? Because like you said, nobody likes laning into Rumble. Asol's going to need some sort of coverage, so this Fizz doesn't just take a pike down the throat of Asol. But bot lane seems pretty happy. It feels like, I'll see you at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, I will say I think that in terms of out of all the champions that were fairly meta that you could pick into the Rumble, I don't hate the Aatrox, because the thing with Rumble is really got to keep him at an arm's length. Whenever you go in for a bear hug with the Rumble, he puts a lighter onto your nipple, and yeah, it doesn't feel so good. So I do think that the Aatrox is actually not so bad, just because you're able to kind of use your Qs and hopefully get your damage across without having to get too close to the Rumble. I do think you're right, though. This mid lane is going to be so volatile, and Aurelion Sol early really struggles with mana, and I think Fizz doesn't as much to an extent. And so I expect to see this Jarvan in the mid lane quite often, and only in the top and the bottom they're going to try to get kills. Same thing goes for CB Rush as well, though. Where does this Udyr go? What lanes are you going to try to get ahead? Because yeah, it'd be great to have a Fed Rumble, Caitlyn, or Fizz. They'd all be great in the game, but which one helps you win the game and which one helps you get far ahead in the game? That's the biggest question, because some of these, if you get them ahead, start to fall off. Rumble, as great as a Fed Rumble is, at a certain point, like, you do just kind of die in the team fights. It's about how much damage you can put out before dying. So the Udyr does need to pick how important the kills go to early on, I think.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, Udyr has been known for about the last 2.5 years, even after his rework, of farm 3 quadrants of the jungle, base, reset, and do it again. Maybe take a neutral objective along the way. So like a very hard, just scaling jungler in terms of just farming away, being kind of the herbivore of the game. And we'll have to see, because if I'm looking at the side of CB Rush, my big brain, which isn't that big, tells me like these guys just want to be at objectives ahead of time. If you have to walk into a Rumble, into a Caitlyn, you have Fizz hiding out there somewhere in the wings and Alistar ready to headbutt whoever walks up, that feels like super hard for KFC to ever walk into. Do you feel like that's how they're going to try to play out the game, is be proactive on tempo, attack these objectives early, and force KFC to walk in?
100%. And you highlighted where that strength comes from as well, right? They've got a great pick comp, and they've got great setup for these big objectives. You're never going to want to have to walk into Caitlyn traps. You're going to want to have to walk into the equalizer. And honestly, Udyr and a trap, and suddenly that's a lot of your health bar down. So I think you're right. CB Rush is going to want to get there first, and able to get to those objectives and make them theirs. I do think that KFC, though, they have a great pick comp with the Jarvan and an Ashe and Aurelion Sol. If anybody gets stunned up or CC'd, it feels like they're going to be CC'd until they're Grace Craned. And so I do think that that's kind of where KFC is going to want to come down to. And I like both of these drafts. So I think this should be a good one, honestly. As a whole, for a game one, when you're trying to feel the other team out, this should be a really good one.
No, absolutely. It's going to come down to, like you said, who's going to have the tempo, who's going to find their way and be able to impose their will of finding those picks here in game number 1 of the best of 5. We do have a spectator delay that we're going to have to wait through before we can get onto the Rift. But before we go to a break, I've got to tell you about the coolest thing ever. Aegis Esports League of Legends is sponsored by Coachify.gg for the summer 2023 split. You can become a coach today. Coachify is a commission-free coaching platform currently in its open beta. You can track your students, inspire them to succeed, and turn your passion into a career. You click on the panel below the screen, you can find out more information on that. With that being said, while you figure out how to become a professional coach, we're going to take a short break and be back with game number 1 of the semifinals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring it to game number 1 of the semifinals here on Summoner's Rift for Aegis Protectors League. I am still Regdor. We still got Bonfire with us, and that is a real Fizz walking down the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, in the flesh, or I guess in the gills. You do have the Fizz in the mid lane. It's still weird to see, because I feel like I was thinking about this earlier, and I'll mention it to you, and I think you'll agree with me that competitive League of Legends is like a revolving door. There is a certain amount of champions that are good and will always be good in competitive play, and there are certain champions that will probably never be good in competitive play, and it just comes down to the meta and who's good when. You have some trading early on, but I don't think anyone is going to die for it. And so you get kind of in a groove as a caster and a viewer of what you expect to see, right? Although Jinx isn't that meta right now, I still think if we saw Jinx, we wouldn't really be that surprised. But if we saw a Teemo, you'd be very surprised, because Teemo's not really a competitively viable champion. And I think Fizz is not really a competitively viable champion that you see that often. But sometimes a champion or an item gets so overtuned that they do become competitively viable simply because how crazy good they are. Now the question is Fizz in this place, or is Rutledge just a psychopath? And I guess we'll have to see.
My initial thing is, like, when you say all that, is I agree. Like, there's a bouncer that says you're not allowed in 5v5 League of Legends, and Fizz was not tall enough to ride this ride. But I think, like, Rutledge has taken us to crazy town, as there was a pause when we were waiting, so we're just going to do the thing where everything freezes, and the game will start back up. It's not real. It can't hurt you. But this Fizz possibly could, because I feel like Rutledge knows what he's doing, knowing the fact that Aesol, like you said, very weak early, doesn't have mana, doesn't really have damage, doesn't want to interact, and Rutledge picking this Fizz says, I'm going to force you to interact with me. So we're just going to have to see if, like, being in the crazy asylum with Rutledge on this Fizz is going to pay off or not, as nothing's really happening right now. It is important to note, JD Gecko on this Jarvan cleared the top side and is now coming down bot. So either looking at maybe this mid lane or the bot lane here is maybe that first gank that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I will say ganking a Fizz is kind of a nightmare experience because of the ability to just hop on your trident, and I mean, I feel like it's everybody's favorite League of Legends move. It's everybody's favorite ability, especially as a Jarvan when it's not point and click and you have to land your flag and drag. And so I do expect this Jarvan to probably not going to want to have to do it, and indeed Shady Gecko is going to go for a full clear instead. But yeah, to the point about the Fizz into the Aesol, it is, it's a little bit of forcing them into uncomfortable situations, out of their comfort zone. And that's, I think, what Rutledge wants to do, although Earl King doing a fairly good job of staying in their own hobbies at the moment, not changing friend groups. I do like what I saw there quickly out of Nuffies, getting some vision on the top side, recognizing that it's not going to be a jungler there, and that's going to allow Joby to get a potential gank off.
Yeah, he just tries a little too hard, and the rework may be the same, or not the same, but Joby can still just run up and bear slap him, as that first blood's going to come down for Nuffies, as Shady Gecko is already feeling a little bit of pain. Rutledge has just this priority to be able to come down. You can see Aurelion Sol trying to make their way there, as Earl King and Shady Gecko have met back up. Doesn't look like it's going to lead to too much more. And that becomes like a secondary thing you have to have in your head, right? I may not be able to kill the Aurelion Sol, but I'm always going to have this priority on him for the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and Rutledge did what Rutledge needed to do right there, which is get Aurelion Sol out of the mid lane. Is going to get, seen right now into Shady Gecko. Flag and drag lands, but Rutledge cool as a cucumber. No.
Nah, Joby there. Going to be able to use the W to start to get away. Fizz is going to use the Playful Trick to go under tower. Shady Gecko has 1 HP, but the flash is going to secure it. Just going to trade one back as Earl King is able to get that kill. Some early aggression, which we wouldn't expect, is we're going to get it down to the bot lane as well. Going to have to use that shield from 4000 IQ to stay out of lethal range. As I just realized, amongst all the crazy town we've been talking about, that is a first strike Caitlyn, which tells me that I'm about to see some nightmare fuel lethality one-shot Caitlyn build.
Yeah, I do think that kind of quietly that has been an incredibly strong build for the last couple of months, and nobody's really talking about the fact that this Caitlyn can one-shot if, given the opportunity. I've been in some games, I've casted some games where lethality Caitlyn is just horrendously scary to go against. So I don't think that is a troll pick at all. I do think that that's not gimmicky. There is definitely a world where lethality Caitlyn is the strongest Caitlyn you could go. Early on, I think that, first of all, the gank in the top lane, that's just all nuffies right there. Yes, you did have Joby helping out. We do have a little bit of another pause, but we should be okay. You did have Joby helping out right there, right, Dor? But Nuffy's getting the vision in the top jungle, recognizing that Shady Gecko was going down bot, and taking that trade knowing that it was going to be a 2v versus 1 that entire time. Very impressive work. And then you've got Rutledge as well, moving around the map, making things happen, and being a nuisance. I think Fizz really strong early, very annoying to have to deal with. And you see this Fizz pushing the advantage early. That's what you love to see.
Yeah, already has the lost chapter in tow there for Rutledge. Again, I just want to have to go back and say, lethality, Caitlyn, you can sing its praises. I hate it. I hate it here. But it may work out in this game. Who knows? But Nuffins has 3 people up here on the top side now. Gonna have to bring that flash off the bat. The ultimate from Earl King will not hit. That was a lot invested for just a flash, my friend.
Yeah, that was IBM flat or ultimate as well. Ooh, Caddy, hold on a second.
He's gonna be able to get on out of there. Solbert still alive. They're just gonna throw that hawk shot to check because yeah, Rutledge coming down is level 6, has the chum in the water. Is they gonna be able to find it? No, they're just gonna use the urgent strike to be able to get him down. Exhaust used and might just be able to pick up the double from okay, there it is. The playful trickster, the most skillful move in League of Legends, as that is a double kill for Rutledge. The crazy town continues to expand.
Yeah, Rector, it's kind of a nightmare for KFC right now because remember in that draft, if you will recall that far ago, when we said we're talking about this Fizz and we said if this Fizz gets ahead early, kind of feast or famine. It's a 3-0 Fizz right now. This is a very, very strong member of the team and is going to get almost an entirety of an item. I mean, this is scary. Equalizer in the top lane just to ensure that Nuffies can get it back. A lot invested in the top side for Nuffies. Nuffies did not die. Rutledge, a lot invested in the bot side. Got a double kill. So that is a big difference in the mid lane kill distribution. And like I said, this is a dangerous, dangerous Fizz to have to go into. And now you have to start to be concerned about your immobile carries. Earl King and Solbert, their time is not long for this world if Rutledge is anywhere near them.
Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you need to be scared about your mobile champions as well. 4,000 IQ used everything in the kitchen sink to get out, and it just didn't matter. The only thing right now is, listen, Rutledge, I want you to have a little bit more confidence in yourself. I don't see a Dark Seal in the inventory yet. And that's like the most Chad thing we can have right now. We're going to have to see is now Rutledge has been taken down a bit. Going to use the ultimate there. And he's just all gas, no brakes. As it's going to maybe work out. We're teetering on the edge of glory or sadness. Not sure which. Looks like we're all just going to walk away here. Everybody's happy. Nobody's sad.
Yeah, dangerous right there. I think that if Rutledge dies there, suddenly things completely flip on their head because that is a 300 gold shutdown that would have been solely in the pockets of this Aurelian Soul. So very, very good that Rutledge didn't die. If you're a CBR fan, that would have been disastrous. Earl King, I'm sure, would have loved to get it, but honestly, you got to credit the patience right there because any other League of Legends player says, ooh, 300 gold shutdown, don't mind if I do, and runs directly into Joby and ends up falling and gives Rutledge another kill. So good patience, good recognition of the map and how much you own and how much you don't. It does not fall, but doesn't get the kill either. So pretty much a net 0 as Shady Gecko on the bot side. Caddy might be in trouble.
Caddy has already popped that ultimate. The Flagging Dragon's going to come, but it's going to get knocked back. Going to invest the Cataclysm. And the question now is who's stuck with who's? Caddy will fall. There's some low health bars, and there's an ace in the hole waiting to be used. Probably not going to pull the trigger, though. 4,000 IQ still does have that shield that we'll just nullify this. So nice pickup on the bottom side here for KFC. Down by 2k gold right now, as well as that dragon. But far from out of the game, I will say, even with the 3-0 Fizz in here, not too much moving the needle as a whole.
Yeah, and it got a little dicey as well. Even with that fight in the bot side, that was a 3v2. Caddy played that fairly well. Did a good job of knocking him back in and making that Jarvan have to invest Cataclysm, do everything for it. Nuffies, hold on.
Nuffies is trying to run away, but it may not be enough. Gets that little bit of the shield, throws down the equalizer, but it's not equalizing much as IBM up in the top lane finds their first kill of the game.
Yeah, Nuffies just overstayed right there. I think recognized it as well, and that is the strength of the Aatrox. Joby gonna try to run down this Aatrox. I feel like IBM gets out here. Oh no, definitely not.
Yeah, he may get out, but not the way you think.
Whoa!
Oh gosh, and now Shady Gecko's here. He's running for his life, but Smite takes him down, and now KFC is firing back on all burners. As we're just gonna keep the action going. Rutledge in the mid lane, able to get down the ultimate, trading back and forth. He's under a tower. He's got 1 HP. The arcane comment misses. My man is still alive. Oh my god! From downtown, Solbert. Oh my god, what is happening?
I honestly don't have any clue. CB Rush felt like they had a pretty good hold in the game, and from the top rope, by God, that's Solbert's music. Oh geez, KFC have found their way back into this game. IBM on this Aatrox is really hitting their groove right now, making the unthinkable happen. And in the bot side, Solbert's hitting these long shots, and just nothing is going CB Rush's way. In the last couple of minutes, it really does feel like KFC has found their groove, found what's been working for them, gotten some item spikes, or I guess item component spikes, and yeah, CB Rush just hasn't really done what's needed.
Yeah, but this is a really smart tempo play. We drop the Herald down here in the bot lane, feed more solo gold into Dibble, and at the same time we take the Drake. And these past 2 minutes, right, it felt like honestly CB Rush girl boss a little too close to the sun. You said Nuffies overstayed on the top side. Rutledge almost throws away his gold, tower diving, Earl King with summoners and ultimate up, and all these things have just I feel like just pressing the trigger too quick on things they didn't need to do, and KFC just snatch up every opportunity.
Yeah, I think that these are not unforced errors. These are CB Rush taking, pulling their sidearm out and unloading a mag directly into their left foot. They definitely could have avoided these, but that doesn't mean that KFC will not be happy to generously take their donation. You don't get to be a multi-million-dollar fast food chain without taking a few handouts, and right now that is exactly what they're doing. They're taking it in stride, but like you said, that tempo play does mean that we're back to an even state. And oh no,
that hitbox is something else. As Dibble's gonna get CC'd up even more, but not gonna be able to finish off the kill. Now it's the turnaround from CBR, kind of chasing forward, not stay too close to that breath of light. Earl Key looking to hold it out, will just end up a nothing for nothing, it seems. My gosh, Ash Arrow is doing something there, as Dibble had to use everything in the kitchen sink to get out alive, and the fighting keeps on going as Caddy needs to get out. So does Joby. The Flagging Dragon's gonna miss, but the Cataclysm won't. Stunned up underneath the tower. It is looking wild. We got all 5 from KFC there, and they don't find anything for it.
Yeah. Where's the damage? If you've got 5 members there, where the hell is the damage? It's slightly concerning, I think, for KFC, because really felt like that was a great opportunity to at least get 1, and they didn't. They didn't even really get that close to killing Joby either. I understand that you're going for the 2 tanks, it's not easy, but when you bring that many people to a party, really expect to take 1 home. That is not ideal, and like I said, that's kind of concerning, because if you're not able to kill somebody when it's 4 versus 2, how the hell are you going to kill anybody when it's a 5v5? So they're going to have to head back to the fountain and figure out what went on after that, because That was slightly concerning. I think the biggest issue right there is how far behind is Solver, because the Ashe was laying into the Alistar and the Udyr that entire time. It didn't really do a lot. Well, maybe it's itemization, maybe it's, I mean, it's definitely not gold. It's kind of surprising that nobody died there. Oh,
Well,
somebody died there.
Yeah, Nuffy's found a kill, and now Shady Gecko's got to run for the hills. Earl King, I believe, has flown up here, so may not have the W. Using that singularity to slow him down. We're about to get ourselves a little bit of a 4v4. Looks like we're going to back off. Ultimate was there by 4,000 IQ. They've got the first look on this Herald. A little bit of a split right now. See the three down here in the river. Top lane being by Earl down. Looks like CBR is fine with giving this.
Yeah, I will say if they wanted to give it up, which it looks like they're going to do, I don't really understand Rutledge backing right there. Just a small thing, but if you're gonna give that up already, what's the point? You know, you're already kind of conceding that area. Rutledge is here, but who cares? You had a push in bot. Could have killed a wave right there, potentially gotten some damage. Obviously, you do see IBM in the bot lane, so. But for quite a while there, Rutledge had full reign, able to push in. Instead, back just for the question mark. So they do give up the Herald in quite a lot of tempo as well, and another pause. Redguard, they're giving us a moment to think about our actions. By the way, you got what you wanted, the Fizz Dark Seal. Also, the Dark Seal for the Rumble?
Outstanding. Listen, you gotta have confidence in yourself, and that right there is like you're putting your money in the stocks. You're saying, listen, man, we're gonna let it ride with these Dark Seals, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it so much. The thing I'm not here for right now is got this kind of pause in the action for a second is KFC thus far, and this could be game one jitters. They feel like they're on different pages. We see the ultimate invested by 4,000 IQ there to look to start a fight around that tri-brush, but instead it's kind of the disengage. And we saw it again in the mid lane with that tower dive between the tier 1 and tier 2. We've got some people there trying to make a play while damage dealers aren't. So thus far, it feels like KFC as a team don't exactly know where they want to go yet.
Yeah, they definitely have their foot on both the gas and the brakes at the same time, and that's just going to stall you out. And it's kind of exactly where they're at right now. As we go back to our lovely faces, hello. You have a much better beard than I do. I'm realizing that right now. It's okay. It is what it is.
It took me years to grow. You also have hair so much on top of your head. I have so little.
It's the trade. It's the trade-off. You know, I get this luscious locks, but I also get a very scrangly beard. Yeah, it's an interesting game right now. I will say, as we're getting somewhere, that it must have been a pause from our lovely producer, Wilkie. Thank you, Wilkie. I will say, and this is, you know, I don't want to highlight one player too often, but IBM, let's talk about your itemization, because starting off with a Hex Drinker and a, what was it, Merc Treads as an Aatrox, I mean, where's the damage, my guy? It's slightly concerning. I understand you're laning into a Rumble, but you're just not going to have damage for this next team fight. And I think that's also, you know, to that point earlier that you made about the gas and the brakes, kind of, you know, quintessential right there. You've got these damage items on some members, and then you've got some supportive items on others. So they're not really sure where they want to go with things.
Yeah, that is the most concerning, because everything that I've seen about CB Rush right now just says kill, 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 murder, murder. Do not build full lethality Caitlyn to just put down traps and be a nuisance. You do it to hurt people. You don't play Fizz to have fun. You play Fizz to make sure other people don't have fun. And same thing with Udyr, who runs at Mock Jesus on occasion. Like, all these things are very clear. And outside of some happy accidents, we'll call them, overstaying, tower diving, things like that, they've been pretty united on how these plays have worked out thus far. And quietly, we haven't talked much about it, is the fact that Dibble got, I mean, 5 tower plates from bot lane, maybe another one out of the mid lane. Like, they're cracked and jacked right now. They've got the stimulus package there on Summoner's Rift. Almost 2 full items, or at least it's rated 13 boots, and that Yomu's Ghost Blade. And it looks like they're starting to do some damage.
Yeah, I'm concerned for this enemy team. When you've got this lethality Caitlyn with the Yomu's And then, you start to build that lethality up. You'd imagine it's probably Collector next. I think you often see, or an Edge potentially. It's a couple different, different angles you could take, but that is where the Caitlyn starts to hit like a truck, and I just don't know who tanks up that shot, right? It's the Braum, but then the Braum's shield is down, which allows for the Fizz, or somebody else to throw their ultimates out and start to, eat that way. And so I do think that this Caitlyn is somebody that you have to keep an eye on, like you talked about, Dibble. I think the biggest question mark in the game right now has to be Solber. This Ashe we've seen gold funneled into their pocket, but we haven't really seen them go Ashe mode yet, where they're just firing arrows at Mach 10 speed. That's really where we're going to see, where is this damage on KFC? And if Solbert can bring it, maybe their weird game state can still come out on top.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of like a nerd break in that regard of like, I saw the inventory. We had a crit cloak, a dagger, as well as a BF sword. None of those things build into Triforce. And they also don't all build into IE. So the only thing that tells me is that we're probably thinking Gale Force Gaming. And that is a bit concerning because of the damage difference between those two, just for a dash. And frankly, against this team, I don't know if a dash is going to save you. Maybe that's just me being negative. Maybe it's copium from the player. Who knows? But I don't think Gale Force is the thing that's...
Yeah, when you're going into a Fizz, you need dashes, and even that might not save you. So I'm with you on that. I do think that the Ashe has to have ruler-like positioning to survive in these fights, and even that might not be enough. I do think, like, as much as we've talked about this Fizz and we don't want to harp on it too much, that is kind of the go factor, and that is kind of the that's going to be kind of the deciding point for this CBR squad. They picked it. They called their shot. They called their their bluff, and I do think that the Fizz is to make themselves known and show why this champion deserves to be played more. I think one of the stronger assassins in the game right now, along with Akali, ability to self-peel, get some damage across, get out. And we're starting to see that now. Now the question is, right, you've given yourself a lead. Can you get that lead, and can you transition it into a win? Good players, good champions do so. Bad players and bad champions walk away with a lot of gold, and a good KDA, and a loss.
Hey, listen, if you can't win the game, you just at least gotta look good. While we get this figured out, it looks like League of Legends doesn't league at the moment. That fixed up. We're gonna take a short little break to get that resolved, and we're gonna get back onto the Rift and see if Rutledge will continue to take us on the crazy train. See in a few minutes. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and if you do the math, time went forward a little bit. Zillion decided that's what we're going to do with their life, so here we are 23 minutes in, and KFC now have a huge gold lead as well as pushing on this tier 3 tower.
Yeah, I'll do the. I'll give you the spark notes, right? You didn't do your homework. I got you. Don't worry. So I'll break down everything that's important right now. All right, gold lead, KFC, very far ahead in the gold lead, and so they flipped that. It does seem like Joby is just getting slaughtered right now. Also 5-4 Rutledge. Dark Seal not really paying off. Same thing for Nuffies. They called their shot, but boy, that was a big miss right there. Shady Gecko 5-1-8. It's a fairly big. Not a really insult. Jarvan the fourth with the Spear of Shojin as well. And so something to keep an eye on there. But if you're a CB Rush fan, there are still reasons to be excited. 3 dragons to 1. They are on Dragon Soul Point, so they have the potential to get themselves really back into this game. But yeah, from first glance, does feel like KFC are very much in the driver's seat right now. And we were talking about if Solbert can do well. Yeah, 5-2-5 on this Ashe. They've got the IE, which I've got to say, pardon, is a fantastic purchase right there. We were talking about how we were hoping they didn't go Gale Force. And IE is not Gale Force, and I think is one of the big reasons why they're winning these fights. And yeah, they're doing a great job. They've got good scaling on their team, KFC. Proving the doubters wrong, aka us, and are in this game. And they have themselves a nice lead.
Yeah, they do have themselves a lead, and it looks like they've continued to push that across the map. 2 items strong on every champion. Like we talked about, Solbert has that full Runaan's Hurricane on the board as well. And this is just a horse of a different color. This is a different game from what we left. It was like the anime protagonist training arc, but instead of watching it, we just got to skip ahead because it's all filler. Now, as trying to keep vision line controlled in their side of the jungle, as a Baron was probably taken at some point as well, because it's dead right now. It comes back up in a minute. I'm just doing the math here. I think it works out, and we're gonna have to see, because that's the next objective. You see KFC, this vision on the top, not allowing to start any clue going on behind the shaded.
Yeah, this is tough one for CB Rush right now. Can't really even get into their own jungle. Uh-oh, they're in a trap right now. And there goes Joby.
You know, usually it would say play by play, but that was just play. They press the buttons, jungler's dead, and it's really hard to contest Baron. Only one team has might.
Yeah, Joby will be up for it, but just at the very end of it. And all this vision, it really does feel like we missed quite a lot, because this one feels pretty much over at this point. I felt like CB Rush isn't out of it, but I don't know how they get back into it.
Daddy tries to go in to save Nuffies, but it actually looks like it may have worked. Gets out with 1 HP, but Caddy will fall to Solbert's enchanted arrows, as they're just continuing to just stack up kills where they please in order to set this deficit up for this Baron. And this is the second Baron of the game, which means, hey, congratulations. Now we're looking at knocking down tier 3s, taking out inhibitors, getting to the end game. KFC has masterfully found their way too.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, you never want to say a game is over in League of Legends, because really game is never over. You know, people can make mistakes, comebacks can happen, the right fight can be found, anything, you know, is possible. But in terms of possibilities, and if we're playing the numbers, KFC probably don't lose this one 9 out of 10 times. They're in a fantastic position. They've got great scaling, they've got good team fighting, they've got the Baron, a lot of towers, they've got vision, they've done a lot of the stuff that they need to do. You know, if this was a wedding, they've sent out the letters, they've got the catering crew. All they need to do is get that ring on the finger, say I do, and get this marriage intact. They cannot give any more dragons up as well, and right now that's exactly what they do. So yeah, man, the guests are here, the open bar is here. It feels like this one is soon to be done.
Yeah, and that's the enchanted crystal arrow that's going to come down. And once again, Joby's in the wrong part of town. He's been locked in the baby cage, and Rutledge able to find maybe something back here. Not able to get anything done, as Shady Gecko will go down to Diblet, trying to get back into this game. Picks up a second kill here, maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew, but there comes down the ultimate. Earl King not in a great spot. It's going to just get taken out by the ace in the hole. And now Solbert, you're the one who's in the wrong part of town, is going to try to kite this out. Orb walk, space glide. But looks like they can get the hell out of Dutch here. That's a great turnaround rush.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills, and that's a lot of Baron buffs down. Kind of a quiet reason that is very important, and so maybe this might be a shotgun wedding. Maybe someone will eject to this at the last possible second, and it might get a little dicier than they might want. Yeah, that one was not as clean of a team fight as you would expect. I do think, I don't want to make up excuses for KFC, but there's no way that is the best team fight KFC could have brought to the table. They might be counting their chickens before they're hatching right there. I do feel like they could have played that a little better. I think they know that as well. So I expect to see something a little cleaner out of them next time. But who knows? Because Dibble is, last time it was Solbert that was kind of the unknown entity, and I feel like Dibble is now taking on that mantle for the other side of things.
Can Rutledge even take out IBM here? They are going to pop the world in their butt. That ace in the hole does a lot of damage in a shutdown. First kill of the game goes in Joe's pocket, and that man needed a stimulus check here. They're starting to take back control of their own jungle, starting to get back into this game. Still a 5K, 6K. I can't do math. That's why I say funny words. Gold lead here. That deficiency being cut down. And the wedding might get canceled if we want to just keep on going with this analogy.
It's the clouds are coming in. You are not wrong, but I will say, forecast still says sunny. I don't think it's over yet, but I'm starting to suddenly I'm starting to have question marks. Should they have gone with that roommate from college? Maybe this wasn't the correct choice. I'm not projecting, I swear. This is.
I was like, who hurt you? As the equalizer gets thrown down there in the bot lane, keeps pushing up. Oh my gosh. Yeah. 3 items strong now on Dibble. Has a little bounty of their own. That LDR, the Lord Dominic's Regard, is going to be doing some health differential between the marksman class and every other class in the game here. And there's not really much to do, right? 30 minutes in. 5 Drake's been taken, 2 minutes till the next one comes up, and equally about the same amount of time for the Baron. Question becomes, what do we prefer? Will it be a fight around the Baron pit? Will it be a trade for Soul Point? And it looks like CB Rush is saying no more Purple Worm for KFC.
Yeah, and we talked about, right, this is where their strength comes in. This is where nobody wants to fight CB Rush when you have to walk into a lethality to Caitlyn and her traps. IBM's alone on an island here. They might get this Aatrox. Hold on a sec. Oh, Rutledge. Oh,
Rutledge
no.
Taking a lot of damage. Hasn't used that Playful Trickster yet, and he just gets burned down under tower. And that's a 0-for-1 trade and an objective bounty picked up here, right? 1 minute and 20 seconds to go until these objectives come up. 45-second death timer on IBM here. Not gonna have access to that one.
Yeah, Earl King is going to be able to trade across the map. So it's not a total loss for KFC, but it's good. That's what you need to do when you're down this much if you're CB Rush, and they are back into this game. I was afraid to say it earlier. I'm not going to say they're going to win the game, but they're in the game. They're in a competitive position in this game at this point. I think it was really, really bad when they had lost the Baron and a string of the Dragons. They've got kills in the right places, and it feels like they're doing the right things. And Earl King might be the next.
Shove in the Waters doesn't hit either, but that is a ton of damage down. Gonna have to hit that reset, as it looks like we're now looking around the Dragon. And 6K gold differential, 5K gold differential still. So what they have to continue to do if you're CB Rush is just mug somebody. That's what happened to IBM up on the top side. He got mugged under his own tower, and they just need to mug whoever walks into this river right now. It's 4,000 IQ as they're looking to try to make him think. Push the base, fight the objective. Be a 5v5 brawl here for this Dragon. Lines are set up, waiting for just one over. The Earl King has and ultimate ready. Gecko, not like auto. Singularity thrown down, continuing to buy space for one another. Dragon has been hit. He's gonna get aggroed onto the side of Rush, trying to back out, and it's just the dance, my guys. We're not doing it anymore, but there's dancing wedding here. We're continuing to look, and just
there we go.
Maybe it's time. 4k health left on the dragon, 3k down to 2, is gonna get smited. That goal as the enhanced ultimate hits down, but it's looking CB Rush's side is one all make that 2. Rutledge is finding more and more. Solbert's taken down, and it's just IBM left standing tall. Got 1 kill, but it's a 1v3. Looking to try to get away. Hit the Q1, it's gonna hit the Q2. Found those sweet spots, but is it sweet enough as he just healed so much? But that is an ace, Dragon Soul, and an inhibitor all lost at the same time here.
Yeah, the wedding's over. I mean, that's a Baron as well. That is a disaster for KFC. I told you I don't like calling games early on, and that's exactly why CB Rush plays that one out beautifully. And even with the scaling of Earl King, the team fighting of a Jarvan 4 and a Braum, they just can't do enough. Nuffy's almost dies there to the Baron, but doesn't. I mean, that is a 2-for-5 Dragon Soul and Baron. It's a disaster for KFC. Exactly what you didn't want to happen, and this game has been flipped on its head. I want off this roller coaster because I have no clue what's going on. Unbelievable as CB Rush making a hell of a comeback right now. And at this point, now they're in the driver's seat. Now they have the right positioning to win this game. You know, talking about that wedding analogy before, they cancel the big day and they might steal the bride away.
Oh, when is it ever going to stop? It's never going to stop. And this is the crazy train. It's the crazy train of CB Rush. That's where we're at. And you can see around that dragon fight, one of the most important things is the singularity out of Earl King. That buys so much space and time, but it's on cooldown. Congratulations. That's when it's Jover. That's when Chobi gets to go in. That's when Rutledge gets to find to that backline without having to use the playful and find themselves some room in this game. Given we're not going to get much more than likely out of this Baron, really just stabilizing now. We're down to 2k gold difference. And that bot lane inhibitor is gone from Rush. Have to be careful overall, but definitely not even signs of life, signs of strength here in game number.
Yeah, no, they're in a good position to do something. And, you know, they're in their driver's seat. I will say, keep an eye on Dibble as well. You know, we've called their name before, but this is a massive Caitlyn. And so there's a lot that could be done. So we can do a little bit of a pause right now, because why not? You know, just when things got interesting, why don't we get League of Legends? I will say, also talking about Dibble while we're on that topic, Ace on the whole with lethality Caitlyn is just absurd. I mean, how much damage is that for the cooldown that you have to give up? It is insane. And it does feel like if Dibble can get it off with 4,000 IQ not being able to block it on Earl King or Solbert, these fights get much harder for KFC to play.
Yeah, KFC is having a bit of a rough time when it comes to that. Said 4,000 IQ has to be head on a swivel and really make hard determinations of what do I block and what do I let through, because I only do this one time every few seconds. And thus far, the early game was able to do so, but Earl King trying to find this with the W, not really allowed for that sort of safety. 2 carries, only 1 gets saved. It's like that philosophical question. You kill the 5 people on the train tracks, so 1 person you know, question mark. 4,000 IQ has both their lives and he just doesn't, it's just unsure of which one to kind of protect there. The damage coming.
Yeah, the Braum trolley problem, we'll call it. It's definitely a problem. I'm not sure what you're able to do there. I've always actually been in favor of killing the 1 person because, you know, I don't know. That's kind of where I stand on it. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why it's been discussed so much, because there's not really a correct answer. And in League of Legends, the same is true. There's not really a correct answer. Who do you save, right? Who are you able to keep alive? I feel like it's difficult all around.
We might say it's an unsolvable question, but I can tell you right now, chat already has 17 different opinions on what 4,000 IQ
Sure.
is, because Twitch chat put together at least, I mean, there's 40 people there. Yeah, it's at least probably like 400 IQ, if not more. No, I'm joking. It's probably like
4,000 IQ.
yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, Twitch chat will never, not our Twitch chat specifically, but League of Legends competitive Twitch chat will never. Oh, the 4,000 IQ thing
We're
is
back in.
Uh
1000
oh.
IQ's got about 10 health as the exhaust comes down on Rutledge. Is going to be able to get out. But Caddy is in a bit of a weird spot. IBM also taken down a hot bit. That Enchanted Crusader is just going to find the Cowman, who's going to pop the
4,000 IQ.
Okay, continuing to go forward. He is down for the count, and that is an Elder Drake. And you thought Caitlyn hit hard before. Well, congratulations. Now she will actually, eventually, maybe one-shot you. IBM took that reset, going up to the tops. Try to split the focus here of CB Rush. Barreling down the mid lane as well. We've got the wave positioning. See what they can do with it. IBM going to be found. Caddy's going to get the headbutt, knocking him back into Nuffies, getting the damage down. That's just gone. Another mugging of IBM in the top lane, and the base rush has been subsided.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, we'll see. I called it early before, and it hasn't really worked out. But Joby can just run down Earl King, and yeah, there goes the Ace Soul. Ace Soul's gonna see ya. I feel like that's it.
It may be Jover. That's a tier 1 down. 3 people dead. That's a 1-minute timer almost on Earl King here as they continue to trounce down the bottom lane. Will the crazy train make it to the Nexus?
God, I mean, Dibble's just one-shotting inhibitor turrets. I don't see how you stop this.
Oh my god, a massive knockup, and that is just a meat grinder here from CB Rush. JD Gecko gets away, but that's about it. Is 1 falls, 2 falls, and there goes the Nexus in game number 1. CB Rush go up 1-0.
What a game. What an insane game. I don't really have the words for that. We saw what looked like a CB Rush win from the beginning, and then we take a huge pause. We come back. Suddenly KFC looks like they have all the tools they need to end the game. And then they lose a couple of small fights. They lose a big fight. And then CB Rush just confidently strides across the finish line. I mean, it's unlike any game I've ever casted before, that's for sure. And CB Rush, in maybe the strangest fashion, find themselves up 1-0 in the series.
So I think they call it in the industry something like fumbling the bag. There was a few fumbles of the bag left and right here as we get the game stats pulled up. But it really comes down to me, CB Rush had the crazy train. Full lethality, Caitlyn. Fizz for some reason. Stridebreaker, Udyr. Like, all these things are just the crazy train, and they just warped the game into their will here, as we could see. Just some crazy 350 CS. What was this man doing?
Yeah, let Caitlyn cook. I mean, they cooked up some 3-star Michelin piece right there. I mean, look, everybody on CBR did their own, had their own part of this beautiful restaurant. Someone was on garnishing, someone was on the soups and sauces, but Dibble was on steak duty. I mean, they were on entrees. Absolute crazy CSing. The gold that they received most in the game. 8-2-8, and by the end of the game was just one-shotting. It was a Dibble masterclass through and through. It was a beautiful game for the Caitlyn, and where other parts of the team like Rutledge and Nuffy started to fall behind a little bit in the mid game, it really felt like Dibble was the safe pair of arms to fall back into, and kept them safe, kept them clean and tight, and made sure that they won that game in kind of crazy train fashion. Like you said, you're like all Ozzy Osbourne on me right now, but they won in crazy train fashion.
So that's game number 1 in the books. It's gone. It's never coming back. And the question is going to become is, what does KFC have to do to get back into the series to make this the 5-game banger that we're all saying it should be?
Ban Fizz? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's gonna come down to probably not ban Fizz. I think that they didn't have a bad draft. I actually think this is one of the rare situations where it just comes down to execution. I think sometimes you can blame the draft, you can blame, this was unwinnable near the end, but I do feel like if they execute a little bit better, if they play their angles, if they don't get dove a couple of times, things turn out differently for them. And so this might be a salty run back. I'm not gonna lie. They might pick a lot of the same champions, and I actually wouldn't hate it because I do feel like they had a great draft, and I do feel like they had the right tools to make things happen. And it just came down to a couple of misexecuted plays. So I think if you are this KFC squad, or if you're a KFC fan, there is still a lot of good to take from this, but it's definitely a bit of a tilter to be in a great position, to have a great draft, and to still lose. It's just going to hurt. That is going to hurt your mental.
Well, hey, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first from the big brain over here on Bonfire. If you're a KFC fan, just do better, Forehead. And we're going to have to see if that's going to pay off for them or not. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll get into game number 2 of this best. Okay, guys, we're back, and Bonfire called a salty run back. Same sides. KFC still on blue, CB Rush still on red. So we're going to have to see, based off these bans, if it is indeed going to be the saltiest of the run back.
Nothing wrong with a salty run back. Every now and again, sometimes you like your champs and you just don't like the way that you played it. And so it does come down to, how you feel about the previous composition. I think the only time that a salty run back is not great is when it's the saltiest of the run backs and you're only doing it because you're angry and your mental has completely boomed. But we don't even know if that's going to happen yet. We're only getting into the first of the bans, and ban 1. Bans are actually going to remain the same as is right now. We've got a Ziggs ban, we've got a Maokai ban. Maybe this is a salty run back.
Yeah, we had some lost time, parts of the game that we didn't see. But the things that we did see in the early game was a very CB Rush favored early game. They were making the moves, they were the ones who were reaping the benefits, and the only thing KFC really got out of it was like you said, an overstay on the top side, a crazy tower dive from Rutledge. They were kind of just picking up unforced errors, but it really was all in the hands of CB Rush making things happen. I think that adjustment is still just, hey, play similar champs and make it work and play better, or do you think that there's a need or emphasis to have some kind of priority lane from KFC that the jungle can play to?
Yeah, 100%. And we're starting to see the first adaptations, first wave of differences, as an Udyr is going to be banned out. So they don't want to go against the Udyr. They felt like it was annoying. And, I am actually down to agree with that. Joby's Udyr is just not a fun champion to have to deal with. And I do think also we were talking a lot about the Caitlyn and the Fizz. I do feel like the Udyr is what made the wheels turn. If you don't have the Udyr there, those champions, that damage doesn't get pulled across. So they are going to ban that out along with the Rumble. And so KFC might want to do a salty run back of their own, but they're not going to let CBR have as easy of the same picks as last game.
Yeah, that is two of the big pieces. That was the early game, right? It was that initial gank up on the top side to get the first blood into the Rumble's hands and really allow him to just dominate top lane for most of the game. And as we saw in the side lane, it really was kind of hard to match him. IBM got mugged every time he tried to push. But we're running it back. Ash, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Solbert on the same champion.
Yeah, I don't think that was the issue at all. We sung Solbert's praise. I think Solbert had a good game. All things considered, the arrows were good. I do think that this Ashe can still be strong, but CB Rush, that means you're going to give them over the Caitlyn, and they're going to take that, I believe, every day of the week. I mean, with how much damage this lethality Caitlyn was pushing late game, and how strong it was, and how annoying the ace in the holes were, I think you would be, silly not to go with that. Also, with the Lux not banned out, you could go Caitlyn Lux, and you could go for that power bot side. Now, obviously, not a lot of health down there, so got to be concerned about getting over. If there's a Nautilus or something of that sort, just losing out on 2v2s. But that is a strong bot lane if you do decide to go that way, and it does look like indeed they will.
This will be Caddy's second time on the Lux, and if I see Caitlyn Lux put this early, I want something that's going to stop them in their tracks from the push, right? This is a bot lane pairing that wants a jungler to split the map and just camp them, give them 5 tower plates, reap souls, and just be up 3k in the game. And they know this very early on. They know what CB Rush wants to do, so I'm very interested in the adaptation from KFC.
Yeah, or the lack of adaptation, I suppose, as they continue to draft pretty much the same thing. I called it again. It's not the saltiest of runbacks. They're not going to be able to draft the Jarvan, but they're two for two so far. I think that they liked their carries. They liked the place their damage came from. And I guess their issue comes from other areas. So they're going to have to pick a different jungler here, you'd imagine. They could pick a top laner or a mid laner, but I think they want that counter pick if possible. And I think also the jungle pool gets shrunken really quickly, but instead they're going to go for that support, which I think makes sense. And this is what I was talking about, right? This is the issue. I do think that with the Caitlyn and Lux, it is great if you're able to get the poke off, if you're able to do a ton of damage, and you're able to space yourself out. But the Nautilus, if the Nautilus lands a hook on either of you, I think that's when it starts to get a little bit concerning, because Nautilus Ashe, when they're up in your face doing a ton of damage, kiting you out, is very, very difficult to deal with. What?
Is this the flex? Is this the flex of the Lux into the mid lane? Looking back, Rutledge has played it one time in APL, so there is that possibility there. There's also the wacky kooky idea that Alistar could be going to a solo lane. Alistar top is actually a thing on occasion, from what I've heard up, as we're going to continue on to the second phases of bans. But what'll be interesting here is still junglers from both sides drop down, unless you believe in Nautilus jungle, to this second rotation.
Yeah, I think, man, that threw me for a loop. I guess my guess would be that it's Caitlyn Alistar, because we did see that last game, and it is the Lux mid. But what a change of pace for Rutledge from Fizz to Lux, if that is, indeed the case. I think that, look, it got you what you wanted in the bot side, in that Alistar just feasts into Nautilus. And so you did get the counter pick there, and I do think Lux does pretty good into Aurelion Sol. So CBR, impressive drafting, assuming that is the way that they've done things, because they've gotten themselves, I think, 2 pretty fairly healthy lanes right now because of that, bait and switch.
Yeah, I do not like the Aurelion Sol being picked so early in the draft, even if it is a Lux mid, which I think is like a middling response. It's something, because now ASOL has a chance to be exploited. And when I see Nocturne, that is really where the game starts getting spicy, because you might be able to fly away, but Nocturne can just follow you if you if you choose with that all.
Yeah, that's interesting. I do think that's interesting because I don't know who's gonna follow the Nocturne. The Lux can't, the Caitlyn can't, the Alistar I guess kind of can to an extent. Usually you pick Nocturne with other very high mobility champions that are able to, Nocturne is a very hyper specific pick often because you pick it with a Tristana or a Kai'Sa, a Nautilus. You want to go in and cause chaos. But when you've got such a strong front to back, with a Lux and a Caitlyn and an Alistar, it's interesting that they're pivoting and they're deciding to add a little bit of a different element into it. I do think the Nocturne gives you good early game damage. No, stop it. Stop it. I can't take another. It is going to be okay. Sure, of course. We've got Urgot in the top lane. What is going on?
My flabber is gassed right now. I don't know what exactly KFC is cooking, but it's definitely not a crispy, famous chicken bowl, because we have a Sejuani, and we only have one melee champ to pair alongside them. Sejuani is notably that champion that you really want to have a melee, if not both melee solo lanes, to be able to stack up that passive into these ganks. And listen, I have a sign behind me, and up until 40 minutes ago, it used to say Garen is money, and Garen is money from CB Rush.
Yeah, I I don't get it. I don't understand. Both of these comps are throwing me for a complete loop-de-loop. They're both very, very different and very, very strange across the board. We've got the same bot lanes for both teams, but the same bot lane for CB Rush, the same ADC mid for KFC. Other than that, they said draft be damned and threw some very, very strange picks in there. Urgot, I feel like, has gotten some buffs recently. I do still feel like this Urgot is not that great. I will never be a big fan of Urgot, especially when there's just much, much better. I mean, there's still Jax up, there's still Fiora up, there's still tanks up if you want to go tank. If you need more damage, there's still Aatrox up. I don't understand the Urgot. And then on the other side of things, Garen, I think actually is a little bit more meta. I do think there's a world where Garen, is annoying to have to deal with and is strong. But the Nocturne, I think, is, and I'm actually not going to hold back here because I think that the Urgot I was talking about, the champion, I'm going to say it. I think the Nocturne is a horrendous pick. I think that is a terrible, terrible pick. And it's not because the Nocturne is a bad champion. I just think this composition, Nocturne just doesn't fit. But we'll see. I've been proven wrong before.
Yeah, after game number 1, everybody took a step away and apparently did not take their medicine, as we have a wacky, kooky, inflatable arm man of a draft here. Going into game number 2, CB Rush still up that 1-0, took game number 1, looking to run it back with a few of the things. And really, to me, the mid lane matchup is once again where my eyes go to with Rutland. We saw how flashy he can be, and if there's somebody who's flashy, it's Lux, just in a different way. And it once again feels like if I'm KFC, I need to hold my A-Soul's hand here in the mid lane and really cover for them. I feel like that's still the case, or do you think that Earl's going to have a bit more leeway to get through the laning thing? Lux is.
I think I'm with you. I think Lux should absolutely feast on this Aurelion Soul. I mean, Lux poke is annoying enough as is to have to deal with, but with Aurelion Soul, you're standing still. So Lux should just always land that poke, and should often be able to get the, I don't play Lux enough to know what it's called, but the passive off where, after you land some damage, you can get an auto off to get even more damage. And that's just bonus damage that you're not often able to get, but against A-Soul, does feel like you should be able to. I think the bait and switch was great from CB Rush, and so like I was saying earlier, Alistar into Nautilus, great counter pick, and I think Lux into Aurelion Soul you're happy with. I do think that CB Rush have a great draft, minus the Nocturne, and that's the biggest question mark for me is Nocturne. And I think early game actually should do fine, but I think late game's my concern. Still, Lux into the mid lane, like you talked about. I think Earl King is going to need some help, like you had previously mentioned.
Absolutely, and the themes still remain the same. CB Rush wants to get to objective early, wants to make you fight through them. Plus now they've got a global you can't see anything button, and this time there is no 4000 IQ shield. there is nothing that stops the Final Spark and the Ace in the Hole from finding their target here along the way. And Sejuani can try to tank it, but we saw late game, man, Dibble do be doing damage, dangerous.
Okay, all right, Dr. Seuss. Yeah, this is.
I blacked out. I don't even said.
This is the Dibble Cook map. I feel like this is maybe where we start to talk about Dibble being one of the better ADCs in this league, because if they're able to do another good game, or at least one of the best Caitlyn's in this league, because I do think, like you had talked about, this is the Dibble do dangerous things map. This is the, Dibble go crazy potentially, and this could be another huge Dibble damage game. So we'll have to see. We're gonna have to go to break first, but afterwards, I think that this could be I'm trying to think of more alliteration. The Dibble dies not often game.
Yeah, the double Dibble has to duck, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge game. Yeah, Doug Dimmadome. Tim gone down. Okay, we're apparently taking our crazy pills as well.
Losing our mind.
We are on the spectator delay, so we're gonna take that short break, and then we'll be back for game number 2. We'll be in a bit.
closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far.
Hello gamers, we're back. It's a game number 2, still with Regdor and Bonfire, as we're gonna get into this. Same sides, draft a little bit different, but all the same at the same time, as we have 5 people running down the mid lane, flash into the hook, and that is Rutledge blowing the flash off the beat. And I heard that is the most 4,000 IQ play. Nobody expects you to just run down mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know how Rutledge survived that, if I'm being perfectly honest. I guess they don't really have a lot of continuous CC, but there's 4 members barreling down on a Lux. Not often do you get hooked and you sit in 4 members for that long and still survive. So Rutledge, honestly, only having to burn a flash there, probably a good trade. I think you'll take that every day of the week. So I'm actually surprised that Rutledge didn't die, but that is a safe Lux, at least for the time being. And I guess my minor heart attack that I just had to start that game is over, and I can breathe easy again.
No, you cannot breathe easy. This is all going to be continuing to go crazy. Nuffins and IBM are going to find one another. Look like too much will come from it, but that does give him the inside track to try to girl boss him away from that wave here early on. And that is a Flashless Lux in the mid lane with the Sejuani. We said that Earl's going to need some help to get through this early game. That is a great way to start it off for KFC, looking to even up.
Yeah, I do think that Shady Gecko, if you're ever going to go to the well, it'll probably have to be in this early game before this Lux gets the flash back. Maybe try to get your Aurelian Soul ahead a little bit more, moving around the map, making things happen. Because I think last game we saw the Fizz moving around the map a lot, getting stuff done, getting leads that way. But the Lux is going to try to get leads in terms of CSing and forcing Earl King back, and so you're going to have to help out through there.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things is that when you talk about like affecting the map, Rutledge now in the Lux only has to walk to, like maybe midway through River, just throw out the final spark. It's a fake cooldown anyways, and that's a lane impacted there, as we do just have power farming, right? Shady Gecko on the Sejuani can look for things early, but doesn't have that melee counterpiece to help stack up the passive. 4,000 IQs, stepping up pretty handily in this lane. Gonna get knocked up for it, but short one. But anyway, now Rutledge, no flash. That means you're gonna go down first blood over to Shady Gecko, and the name of the game has changed as we have a 1 HP caddy in the bottom lane. Brief little instance of a pause. Fun part about every new patch is the game changes both inside and out. We are working through these 10 issues that the game can.
Yeah, a little bit of a stop motion League of Legends game, and we go to our beautiful faces again. So sorry about all of the delays, everybody. I think we want to see the game as much as you do, but there's only so much you can do in this client and with this game. I will say early on, there you go, punish Lux, get your Ace Soul ahead a little bit, first blood. Rutledge not feeling so happy about that, and it's a big thing to get, because now I think that you're able to get this Ace Soul accelerated a little bit, and it might not be end the game I'm so strong Ace Soul, but it is I'm able to hold myself in lane Ace Soul, which is a good place to be at.
Yeah, now that first blood did go over to Shady Gecko as opposed to Earl. He would have loved to have that extra gold in his pocket, accelerate him into the game. Said like he could basically be a independent cat out there in the mid lane and not have to worry as much. But already very different signs of life. Like we said, CB Rush were the ones with the driver's seat early on making plays, but this time it is KFC who have found themselves being aggressive. Shady Gecko is going to go down to the bottom lane. No vision. Caddy is looking to try to break this up, is going to give their life for it. 4,000 IQ is going to pick up the gold, but man, that's a good support. Give your life for the ADC.
Yeah, it's commendable from Caddy, but it's still not really what you want if you're CB Rush. And you talk about momentum between games, and we talked about the mental toll that last game might have had on KFC. We're not seeing it right now.
Now KFC are playing aggressive now. It is the gank up to the top side. IBM will fall to Joby, and that's a good counter kill up on the top side of the map here. So that's the whole goal right now, is level 6 for the Nocturne. Get that paranoia going and then be able to make a lot more moves around this map.
Yeah, I think if you can get this Nocturne some kills, often, as somebody who plays quite a lot of jungle, you don't want to grab the kills. I think maybe sometimes on some champions you feel like you need them, but you normally want your top laner to get the kills. It ensures that you can have a fairly fun ranked game of League of Legends. But I do think that if you're Joby, even if Nuffy's is saying, wait, leave it for me, you're probably ignoring it, because on this Nocturne, you kind of desperately need those kills. And so it is good that I think Joby is glad that they got it. They are on Vision right now, so this potential regain onto IBM is not going to happen. And IBM actually could maybe stop the back, but does not.
Now it's a 2v2 here of just mid and support. Caddy is going to break that one on up. Nothing too crazy now in the early game. Got a little bit second. Have this first Drake up. Some push in the bot lane, push in the mid lane here for CB Rush. They may look to continue to stack these Drakes just like game 1.
Yeah, I think that was one of the CB Rush's strongest opinions, as 4,000 IQ. Gonna take some damage here. Oh, great hook.
Oh, Dibble's also taking a bunch of damage here, but they might be able to turn it back around. But that Q is going from Solbert. Dibble's going to have to back out. Now Joby's down here. Still no flash, no ghost here. Solbert's going to get feared. Tried to get a kill, but cannot reach. Now Rutledge is in the same spot. We might have seen him before, but my God, was that a beautiful binding singularity. Whatever the a little flashy move right there under the tower, able to keep Rutledge safe. The chain ganks are coming across. Earl maybe looking to do a tower dive of his own. It's that level 6, and it's all over. It is Jover now, as Joby's going to look, but he's not going to catch anything. Maybe, actually. Oh, my gosh. Man, Nocturne Q is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, also important that they were able to get the fear off as well and make sure that Aurelion Sol wasn't able to fly too far. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. I do think that, it's fantastic that you're getting the kills on this Nocturne, because if you weren't getting kills on the Nocturne, this Nocturne would be way out of this game. And so it is good that you're getting the kills. But, the counterpoint, Earl King's getting some gold in their pocket as well. 1 kill, 1 assist, 36 CS. This is an A-Soul that, again, starting to get a little hyper scaled. Is in a place that maybe they would normally expect to be at a couple of minutes later. And so while this Nocturne is something to be concerned about for sure for KFC, also positives to take from these trades and from these encounters. Dibble hasn't really done as much destroying as we would expect them to do so far. Only the 1 assist, no deaths. But yeah, in the mid lane, I think the biggest thing has been Rutledge. On that Fizz game did so well, has not really shown out yet, and has just also been just chain ganked.
Yeah, listen, they know where their bread is buttered, and right now it is Rutledge on this Lux that is giving them more and more gold. It is going to hit the final spark and do a ton of damage, but it's pushed out nonetheless. KFC continuing to work on these gank timers. They don't have flash, but it may have been turned around, and the paranoia is going to hit. Might be another kill served up here as Caddy's on the way, able to take up those tower shots and get another kill in the pocket of CB Rush, who are fighting back.
Yeah, they're fighting back with a vengeance. Beautifully played right there. Joby gets another kill. Rutledge survives. CB Rush keeping their advantage that they had from last game. That's not lethal, but that is a lot of damage. That's one combination from Dibble.
Now the perfect combo under that tower there is Nuffy's top side. Continuing to steal their lumps, for lack of it. Did opt into the Garen, into the Urgot, and thus far it has resulted in him being down a number of CS. That 1 assist name.
Yeah, should be able to get some of the CS back from underneath the tower. Plate is going to be taken from IBM, and so the lead still on the top side, definitely over for IBM, but I think Nuffy's is just kind of waiting on some items. I do feel like this Garen It really needs an item to really feel comfortable enough. And yeah, once you get the ultimate, I think that's where it really starts to get strong. So Garrett has to be careful about so many things, as Dibble also does. Oh, but what a dodge. A little bit of a micro movement right there, keeping Dibble alive.
Yeah, Dibble with the fancy feet. And we talked about the dip, dodge, duck, and dive. So far, he's done off at least one or two of the verbs here. Is waiting on Caddy to get back to lane. Once again, first dragon picked up by CV Rush. We got another few more than 2 minutes until we get the Herald on the map. I'm sorry, no, I'm just silly. Shady Gecko already picked it up. Wow, I'm watching this game of League of Legends, I swear. I have to see where they choose to put that.
Yeah, it's all right. I also did not see it go through, so you are not alone in that. I think kind of snuck. Also, I think with the Herald, first Herald, you kind of expect there to be a full show of it. Kind of just did it under the radar. Maybe while the dragon was being taken. So I did not see it. You did not see it. That's okay. Because all that matters right now is that they do have it in their back pocket. And if I'm Shady Gecko, my eyes are on the mid lane. You know, it's been on the mid lane this entire time. You've been continuously pushing Rutledge in. Why not continue to do so? Why not get some more gold for Earl King? I think that's where you want to go with it.
I couldn't agree with you more. Let's continue to abuse the flashless Lux in the middle. None of that mobility that was present with Fizz. The last time we saw it, Earl King continuing to as well really move around the skill shots. Joby trying to wait in the fog or has the paranoia available. Already on the mythic item here at just 10 minutes into the game. Full-blown stride breaker in tow.
Yeah, I think that this is a massive, massive, massive Joby. You know, this is a Nocturne that will do a lot of damage. I do like the Stride Breaker, I will say. I don't know if that was the correct item. I think that you could also go Gore Drinker and, you know, make yourself a bit stronger. Hold on.
Ooh, the 1v1, and once again the flash is blown, but the paranoia to follow it up, and he's gonna get another kill. Unstoppable, the man is. Shady Gecko now down on the bottom side. Caddy, however, is not unstoppable as he's going to get rooted up, stunned in place. Not a whole lot of damage back as they are going to invest that ultimate from the Nautilus to get the support, but Dibble will live after blowing the flash as well. Tit for tat is now it's Dibble under tower. Looking like a dive might come forth. There is a beautiful cleanse. Not going to get hit by the Glacial Prison, but they're still going to fall nonetheless. And that is how you do a tower dive, my friends.
Yeah, that's a beautifully, beautifully executed tower dive. And here comes the Ripped Herald right there. Makes it an unfortunate demise for Dibble because Dibble could have gotten out of that. I think Dibble kind of bet on themselves that they were going to be able to dodge the CC. And yeah, you did dodge a lot of CC, but with the Sejuani and the Nautilus, not enough CC you can dodge, my friend. And ended up falling. And because of that, ended up giving up quite a lot. Gold. Now a little bit more evenly in favor of KFC. A lot of that gold lead is in this top lane. This is a fairly big Urgot. We were talking about it earlier, getting that lead over the Garen. But if you look towards the bot side, it is actually Dibble that's ahead, even with that death, you know, and some gold being given over. A lot of it was to the Sejuani. And uh-oh, Caddy
over the wall. Now Earl King needs to be careful. It does have the Skies Descend. Is going to try to fly out. The paranoia, though, is just going to fall, and the ace in the hole makes sure it lands. That is exactly what we talked about off air. That's what you're looking for, is wait for Earl King to utilize his only out and then be able to follow up on it with that paranoia as the fight keeps going here. See 4,000 IQ be slain under their tower as well. And once again, it's Dibble making moves around the map saying, please give me more tower plates, feed me more gold.
Yeah, feed me Seymour. Uh-oh, IBM. Oof, good flash. Able to get out. IBM surviving right there. For the Urgot, we go through a little pause right here. For the Urgot, this is, I think, the quintessential top doesn't matter game because you've gotten yourself, what is it, like a 20 CS lead, and you're, what is it? What's the old adage, right? Where it's like, you know, craziness happening across the map and the rest of the team is down and, you know, there's kills happening. And then, you know, you look towards your top laner and it's, you know, don't worry guys, I'm up 15 gold. So yeah, or 15 CS. So yeah, that's pretty much how this Urgot feels right now. I think still could be, you know, an interesting factor in these team fights. But But as of right now, this KFC squad struggling to deal with the Nocturne, and I think Dibble starting to come into their own right now.
No, absolutely. We've hit that Ghost Blade, and we're starting to see the team come together and really just fight wherever they have the man advantage. And if I'm the Urgot, if I'm IBM, I'll be honest, but this is a game where the rest of the map doesn't matter. I'm just going to push my lane. I'm going to play the split. I can keep the Garen under tower. I can push the tower in this range versus melee matchup, and he hasn't been able to find lethal yet. Just use that side lane pressure to try to create some avenues where they really do. CB Rush have split focus across what is the scaling effort of the mid lane and that Ashe. And the top lane where Urgot, like you said, is sizable, has the Cole finish, has the Black Cleaver in tow, can do a lot splitting.
Yeah, I do think there is a world where this Urgot is able to have a big impact in this game, even with the whole top doesn't matter, ideology. I do feel like this Urgot has a potential, but it's going to have to come at the expense of objectives, right? When you talk about that split pushing, you're giving over dragons, you're giving over potential barons. And so you would imagine that this KFC squad needs to be able to set up a little bit better for these fights. Now, we'll have to see. I really do hope that these technical issues don't extend like last game where we're not going to be able to see that kind of slow progression because, we kind of snapped and we missed it and we were already in the late game and we missed quite a lot of the buildup. And the buildup is kind of what makes these games and helps you understand where the game state is at. So it was unfortunate the last game. I'm hoping this game we get to see, the Nocturne and the impact they're able to have, and if they fall off, that kind of stuff.
No,
but I do know we are still having issues right now.
Oh, it sounds like it's stuck at the moment still, so we're gonna hop back in here and see what happens. And it looked like a real big paranoia, but instead it's going to be a mugging in the top lane once again as Earl King goes down. IPM did invest that TP on the play, able to keep the tower maybe back off here. Nuffies will start up. Mid lane looked like they were kind of go for a dive of their own. 4,000 IQ has been CC'd up a bit, is gonna miss that final spark, but it's not gonna matter because they may not be AD support, but Lux and Caitlyn are still broken when they're in the same lane.
Yeah, we missed some action right here, just a little bit. Mid tower did end up falling. Paranoia on the top side. Uh-oh, Urgot.
Urgot's Urgotting, trying to get out. It doesn't look like it's going to work, though, as that's going to be the ultimate invested by Nuffin. Get that kill. Nuffies, not Nuffin. Here, as once again, CB Rush with a very strong early game, continuing to push, go. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to go wide. And Gecko's not able to find the CC. Glacial Prison immediately cleanse. My gosh, Dibble. Reaction time here, and they thwart another effort.
Yeah, I was damn near a Captain Jack right there being able to do something. Keeping themselves alive. Great damage right now from the Caitlyn. We might have another scuff. Oh, Earl King, good flash right there. I think it's just a battle for control and is going to be won out by CB Rush, and that is an important battle for control because trap. Can't walk this way anymore or Dibble is going to chunk down your front line. And this Dragon's in the cards for them right now. This is Soul Point, by the way.
Yeah, this is going to be the third Drake of the game. KFC says, hey, we're not going to try to fight this. We're going to take down the tier 1, but a final spark will take away the caster minions. Invest a little bit more HP as now Caddy's going to look to try to hold him in place as the paranoia hits. A flash over the wall from Solbert to try to stay alive. Nuffies, though, on the back line, hits the silence. Just going to walk it out. It's just 4,000 IQ is just stuck in the middle here. They're going to try to get out. Joby still on the way. Singularity pushed down to try to slow this assault, but another binding as they are just chasing them all over the map. Gotta be careful though. Breath of Light will take you out as now IBM is the one in the bad place, but my goodness, this guy's Descend doesn't seem to actually be doing too much here as this is a very long team fight. Earl King is able to get out. Solbert will fall. IBM will fall. 4,000 IQ. Oh my God, Gecko will fall, and that could just be a Baron.
Yeah, it's cleanup on Isle Rush right now. CB Rush does what they need to do, and they are decimating their opponents. KFC are getting fried, they're getting smoked, they're getting baked. However you want your chicken, it is ready to order because they are getting decimated. 4,000 IQ is here, misses the hook on Dibble.
Mr. IQ?
Oh,
Oh, there's a TP coming in, but it's just a TP to their own demise. Oh no! Oh,
So,
does not look like they're gonna reinvest in this Baron though.
yeah, actually, okay. I was about to say, Rektor, remember how I was talking about how the mental fortitude of a best of 5 needs to be perfect? I was going to say KFC might have lost their mental right there, and they might be spiraling dangerously, but it actually was fairly tactical because they did stop the Baron. But yeah, it's looking rough right now for KFC. And again, this is just like game 1 in the sense of didn't really feel like KFC was out of this from the get-go. Sometimes you start a game, you make a couple of bad plays, and you can kind of just say from the beginning, all right, this one was over from the get-go. But KFC was very much in this, and they have just really found themselves out of this very quickly. And I mean, again, you can see it did stop the Baron, so you can say it was a tactical move, but 4,000 and IQ Earl King dying, 4,000 IQ and Earl King dying right there, just kind of for nothing. Immediately does kind of feel like maybe the mental side of things, they're not feeling so happy about the way that these games are going right now. You got to be concerned about the fact that they are not playing the best of League of Legends that they can.
Absolutely. Sometimes you got to throw your body at the problem. I don't think that was the bodies to be throwing at that problem to get back out onto the map. And that was preceded by a fight that started in the mid lane and went all the way to KFC's blue buff. It was long, it was laborious, and it was painful for all parties involved on the side of KFC as they now try to collect themselves. Tier 1 tower in the top lane still standing. Looks like it may be the object of CB Rush's ire right now as the paranoia is going to be invested. Remember, is now kiting back, is going to go in the Nocturne all by himself, but Caddy not finding too much right now, trying to burn through this front line, and it is going slow. But now that Dibble's here, it's going all downhill. Joby is now 8-0, by the way, 8-0 on the Nocturne.
Yeah, here is the split pusher got, like we talked about, IBM able to get a lot of damage. Uh-oh, Shady Gecko should be able to get out with that dash. Oh, here comes Nuffies.
God, Nuffies. Oh, may have altered the wrong target now. Solbert's trying to get away, but Garen will not be denied his justice. There's now 2 fall on the top side. We get a perfect pause moment. As you can see, 176 gold come out there from Solbert. A feels bad moment, just Shady Gecko up there on the top side. And you can look at the bottom of the screen, you can see on the mini map that is going to be IBM pushing the tier 3 tower, really investing into the split push, try to make the potential cost of this play on the top side hurt, because there is still a tier 2 as well as the tier 3 and inhib up for the side of KFC.
Yeah, look, it's great from IBM, right? You're getting a lot in the bot side, but your team's getting slaughtered in the top side. You're going to lose Baron for it as well. So, I mean, you might as well get whatever you can. We were talking about that split pushing and what you're able to get with it, but it's tough, right? Not all trades are created equal. You're trading, what, 3 to 4 members at Baron for a couple of turrets that surely the CB Rush squad's going to get after they take Baron. It's what you need to do, right? It's what you're able to do as the Urgot. But as a whole, I think you're favoring CB Rush's trade every day of the week and Sundays.
Hey, it may be so, but like I said, we saw in that brief pause, not to add insult to injury, but some of these champions are worth less than 300 gold when they die.
It's true.
They are down in the dumps in the economic basis here. So trading a tier 2 and tier 3 for the lives of some caster minions at this point could be very useful in the grand schemes of things. But we're gonna have to see, because right now it really is KFC trying to will themselves back into this game, with CB Rush just being absolutely commanding.
Yeah, CB Rush, it feels like they've had their foot on the jugular for quite a while. But, I said the same thing about KFC last game, and they did end up falling. And so it's really impossible to count anything out just yet. That being said, it's not a good feeling, right? It does feel like KFC they're getting what they're being given. They're taking fights that they have to, and it doesn't really feel like they are ever the aggressor in this game. It feels like they're always on the back foot. They're always kind of reacting to plays happening to them. And whenever you're being forced around on Summoner's Rift and being pushed and pulled, it really is kind of a recipe for disaster. If you're making plays and losing, so I'm sure that's one thing. But when you're being forced to make plays, that's kind of where things go poorly. And so far, that's been the case. And
Yeah.
I did. Oh no! Did more happen? I think more happened.
A little more looked to happen. That tier 3 did fall on the bottom side of the map. Tier 2 still remains standing on the top side of the map, and a Baron died. So looks like they're going to pick up Soul, as well as a few members have that big Baron buff on them. They're looking to continue to push the tempo, and that's been the big difference, right? Is in game number 1, when KFC had the lead, it didn't look like they were creating as many plays as CB Rush has continued to do at all stages of the game here.
Yeah, I will agree with you there. I will say also, you're looking at this and you're saying, it's 6,000 gold difference, insurmountable. There is a world where KFC come back from this, but I think the most damning thing is they don't know that. They don't know that it's a 6,000 difference. Right now they're looking and they see the fact that it's 28-9 in kills, and that's the number that I think standing out to them, and so they might feel like it's a lot worse than it actually is. And they probably feel like they have to play a lot safer. And honestly, that might be the case because CB Rush is just imposing their will upon them.
I was going to say, play safe is a very hard phrase when you look at this lineup. Caddy is not afraid to tower damage from Rutledge and Dibble. Huge. You always have Joby there to close the distance. Paranoid. Waiting in things here. Trap line is set up. Front of no more Baron buff. This is all just natural. Get down some CC, continuing to hit this tower away, trying to break open the base here. Doesn't look like anything too real has happened thus far. Able to get it down to half health. Now Nuffies and IBM are going to meet each other on the top side.
Yeah, I just chunk down the tower. Obviously no Baron, but with those traps up, I mean, other than a Hail Mary Sejuani ult onto Rutledge or Dibble, not really too concerned. Caddy gets hit, but it's a pretty big. Oh, here we go.
That's the sky's descent, but we're gonna have the Paranoia on top of it. And we're gonna find one kill from IBM, gets that fear off, able to kite back towards his team, but now they're gonna have to push the way back. Singularity down, trying to slow down Caddy. Able to pick up the double kill for IBM as they continue to look forward. Earl King on top of Dibble, continuing to fly, but he just goes boom as Joby is here. Try to pick up the pieces, try to survive. Still one death in this game. Dang, I thought he was still deathless, but he's not. Some signs of life from KFC, but still 6K, 8K gold differential.
Yeah, it's tough because I actually felt like there was a world where KFC was able to get so much more. They do find 2. Rutledge and Caddy falls, but it ends up being a 2-for-1, and Nuffy's kind of snuck away. Was able to take a top turret as well, and so in terms of the gold swing, doesn't really change much. They're able to get some good gold onto some important members, but Earl King, look, I never like to single out a player. I never like to talk about how somebody's doing. Sometimes they're having a bad day. 2-9 on the ASOL is just not going to cut it. If we're being perfectly honest, that is kind of your late game damage. That is your insurance policy. That's your 401k right there.
Hey,
2-9.
Look how much of a good guy Dibble is, though. Doesn't even take the red buff. Says, hey, I'll wait. I'll give you gold, Mr. Joby. That deserves an Academy Award, as Gecko's going to be knocked up here. It's just Rutledge and Caddy. Their ability to burn down Gecko pretty low. To move this vision line on forward. Less than a minute for the Baron to come back up. It's where all the eyes are. Continuing to push these lanes ahead. And IBM's across the map. He's on vision right now. If there's a time to pull the trigger for CB Rush, it is now.
Yeah, they don't need to pull the trigger though, right? You were talking about that vision line. They know where IBM is. They know that they don't really have to be concerned about him flanking, at least not at the moment, right? They have vision of IBM. Now, IBM did go off vision, and they are going to have Rutledge back to clear the wave. I don't think they want to lose an inhibitor for this, but they're in a great position to take this Baron.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in this laning assignment because it is Rutledge. It is the Lux mashing IBM. And on paper, I don't know if that's a fair matchup here. They are starting up the Baron. Caddy on the back line, gonna knock. Oh my god, 4,000 IQ melt like butter as the paranoia comes in. It's gonna get on top of Earl King again and throws out the ultimate, but now it's a double kill for Dibble as they're continuing to take souls, and that is going to be number 3. But meanwhile, IBM still getting the chance here. That Sterix is going to pop, looking to get on top of Rutledge. Not able to thus far. He is going to be able to get that inhibitor. Pretty okay trade, but now Nuffies is back, and IBM needs to run for the hills, but I don't know if he has it in him. Yeah, he's going to continue to slowly get burned on down here. 2 more ticks, and it's gone. Shut down over to Nuffies and a Baron of DB Rush.
So silver lining, KFC was able to get the bot inhibitor, but that's kind of where the silver lining ends. They lose so many members. They lose Baron. The gold now up to 10,000 for CB Rush. Dibble hits like a truck. I do feel like this is starting to get a little bit out of control. KFC have shown signs of life. You know, they definitely aren't dead yet. And I do feel like, you know, there's potential if they are able to get this dragon. And that's kind of what it comes down to, right? If you're CB Rush, I don't even want to try to 50-50 this. I would just take the fight. You know, you feel like you're winning these fights pretty handily. Let's just take the fight.
Oh my god! And that is the 1-2 punch of the paranoia and the ace in the hole. Goodbye, A Soul. Goodbye, 4,000 IQ. They may not even need the Elder to finish, because they may find their third victim here as Solbert goes down. Double kill for Joby. Now pressing onto this tier 3 tower. It is a 2 tanks and a dream here as Nuffies continues to push on the bottom side.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, right? No reason to go for a 50-50 on the dragon. Just go for the kills. You've got such a big advantage, and I'm glad that they did. I think a worse team, I think a less confident team tries to just 50-50 the dragon, but they did what they needed to do, and IBM is going to be the consolation prize near the end of it. It's the grab bag at the end of the wedding, as it's the metaphor that will not die.
Yeah, Shady Gecko is going to go down as well. They might just be trying to farm up some stats here, as the Nexus is open. Sky's Descent comes out, but it's just a beautiful bow at the end of the game as CB Rush are now 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, CB Rush looks dominant right now, Regdor. And look, there's been moments where KFC have found life. We've seen the KFC that, you know, did so well in the regular season, but this CB Rush squad is not here to play around. They are here to take names, and you know, even though they were that wild card team like we talked about, they are not playing like a wild card team. They are playing like a team that has finals aspirations, and they find themselves 1 game away from those aspirations being reached. And you know, for this team that is honestly, it's kind of a grab bag of some interesting characters. You know, you've got some strong ADC talent. You've got probably one of the most well-known amateur producers, you know, right now with Caddy as a support. It's a whole grab bag of different people. And yet this Goonies squad is 1 away from going from wild card to finals. All they need to do is win 1 of the next 3, and they've done it. They've gotten themselves to the finals. Should be a blast to watch. If you're KFC, you play an entire season, you get the 2 spot, and you are on the brink of defeat in the semifinals. They need to reach deep down and find something, because as of right now, nothing's working.
Yeah, right now, nothing is working. It's time to pull the alarm and say, what do we have to do to claw our way back? We've had 2 games back-to-back with the ASOL, with the Ashe, not finding the best success on either of these champions in what are drawn-out games. Like, let's be clear, we've had 2 Elders in the past 2, or we've had an Elder in both games. We've had 2 Barons in each game. So these are not quick timing in terms of where we're scaling at into the game. And going into game 3, I've just been told that KFC's taking blue side again. So if I had to put on my big boy brained hat and talk about the draft bonfire, like, what do they need to do? Like, what is step 1 in their approach to make this work? What's the well they go back to?
Ban Caitlyn. They gotta ban Caitlyn. I think that they've been absolutely slaughtered by Dibble's Caitlyn. This has been one of the biggest power picks for this CB Rush squad. And yeah, you can say, oh, they've been helped by the Caitlyn's been helped by the front line. They've been helped by the support picks. It's, it hasn't just been the Caitlyn. I don't care. You have to ban the Caitlyn, and it's just been so strong, and the damage has just been unfair as you get into the late game. So get Dibble on something else. I don't care if you think that's not the problem. Force Dibble onto something else and force Dibble to carry on another champion.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. That was actually the most banned champion against CB Rush in the regular season. 12 times that Caitlyn was banned against it. And it's been open both games. His other most played was Ashe. And it feels kind of interesting of them trying to draw this line of like, we'll pick away the Ashe and give you the Caitlyn. But I agree. I'd really love to see the Caitlyn taken out of the occasion game number 2. But I also need something new in mid lane. And I'm not super familiar with Earl King. Doesn't have, he has a lot of unique champion picks over the course of the regular season. And I need to see something else.
Yeah, I think the Aurelion Soul's not really working right now. And I think that I think we're going to need to see something new, but we can't really see something new until we see something new, if you get what I'm saying. So I'm excited to see where both of these teams are going with it.
No, absolutely. It is do or die now for KFC. If they want to continue to make famous chicken bowls in the grand finals, they have to start the reverse sweep now. But CB Rush continuing to rush towards victory. Only way to find out who's going to cry and who's going to smile is to see how this game 3 goes. We'll get back to it here in Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the all-important game number 3. CB Rush is on the precipice of series point. KFC has elected to stay on the blue side. We need the change-ups, and we need them now.
Yeah, it does feel like I'm glad you said the word change up because as a traditional sports fan, feels like KFC's pitches are just getting read a little bit right now. They are throwing fastball, curveball, and CB Rush is going homer. So KFC needs to go back into the dugout, get some new pitching signs, maybe test something out else because as of right now they're getting absolutely destroyed in the sense that CB Rush just feels like they're reading them. And while KFC has had moments where, maybe the count's gone long, maybe they have walked a player, struck out a batter, at the end of the day, all that we're seeing is the numbers, which is that they are down 2-0. So they need to find out what works best. And, are you going to be a team that says, hey, well, we did pretty good in the games? Or are you going to be a team that says, well, yeah, we reverse swept? That's kind of where they need to figure out where they stand.
No, absolutely. And we're starting to see these bans come through. The Caitlyn, that's the first changeup. We're going to get that ADC out of there. Dibble's been doing great things. And like we said, that trade of Ash for Caitlyn was not working out for the side of KFC. They're going to get it out of there. Jarvan also taken off the board as well as Lilia here. And now, yeah, we're starting off definitely something new here. That is a B1 Seraphine in 2023.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Seraphine in this league specifically, but as a whole across the amateur scene, because I do think that Seraphine is kind of getting back into the meta, as that enchanter bot lane. I've seen some Senna Seraphine, some Sona Seraphine. I think you could go Tom Kench Seraphine if you wanted as well. Kind of a different bot lane where it's the Seraphine ADC that you know and you love with the AP. And it's strong in that regard. I do like this Brawl pick though, because I believe, I don't play a lot of Brawl, but I believe you can block the Seraphine ult with your shield, I think. Yes, you're giving me the thumbs up, so you can. So yeah, so I think this is a very strong counter pick because, I think you're saying, all right, I see that Seraphine is fantastic because of her, ultimate specifically. Let's do good at stopping that. And then I love the Lucian pick as well. I think Lucian Nami is where a very strong bot lane. Lucian Braum only second to that, but that's very good because you get the Q off and you pretty much instantly stun somebody.
No, absolutely. It looks like we have a Rel pairing alongside of it. It is important to note, Tristana and Seraphine now are two flexes that can go back and forth. You can play either of these in the mid lane. It is the second most played for Earl King, somebody that we've drawn a bit of criticism here with a few games on Ace Soul and needs to get back up on the horse. We need strength out of the mid lane for KFC and hoping that Tristana can provide that.
Yeah, assuming it is the Tristana in the mid lane. It could still be the Seraphine, but I think you're right. I think it probably is the Tristana, in which we are probably seeing a Seraphine Rel. I will say Rel could still be a jungler, but I do think that Rel support is probably where it's going to find its strongest point. And I love this Sylas pick because with Sylas, I feel like, some of it, it's, you like the laning matchup, but often with Sylas, it's who am I going in, or what ultimates am I able to steal? Seraphine ult and Rel ult? Yeah, that's a slam. That is a slam and a half if you're the Sylas. And those are two very, very strong engaged ultimates that now suddenly CB Rush also has in their back pocket.
Now, at least right now, I don't have all of the depth of knowledge here as we're getting to these second round of bans. Don't see Rutledge with a game of Sylas. I don't see Joby with a game of Sylas. So one of these two, and I think it's important to note, Sylas jungle, still very much so a thing, can be done. That is an option that's still out there. So a lot of obscured views here in the draft because we're not actually sure of who goes where other than the Lucian Braum. That is the only thing that's for sure right now. So very interesting to see that. I mean, KFC, you got to pull out all the stops. There's no saving the ultimate for the next game. There's no saving the draft for another day because this is your last day. It's do or die here. So I really hope that they've got something cooked up for this.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure out, what works for them and how they want to do it. They are going to ban out the Lux and the Nocturne. So I don't think they think that this is going to be a Sylas mid. I think they see this somewhere else as they are going to ban out that Lux.
Yeah. And Lux still incredibly powerful. Champion all on its own, so it makes sense. Even though he had a bit of an early game that was painful, having to use Flash multiple times, still nonetheless made that impact here. It's going to be the Udyr locked in, which almost signals that it is Sylas mid and Udyr in the jungle. we're going to have to see as KFC has to lay down the rest of the cards here on the river in game number 3.
Yeah, I believe it should be a jungle top, but you never know. But I think it should be the jungler and the top laner. Notably, Sejuani has made its way through bans. I think Sejuani one of the strongest. Maokai did get banned out. Bel'Veth would be an interesting choice. I do feel like they have enough AD with the Tristana, but you're never going to be mad about a Bel'Veth, and it is going to be a Bel'Veth slam. So KFC going deep into their bag of tricks right there with the Bel'Veth. I do think that Bel'Veth is a good jungler. I think my concern comes in with the CC, and I don't Bel'Veth into Udyr, but we'll have to see. And I do think Bel'Veth, you want a hyper carry. There you go. Bel'Veth can 100% carry a game by themselves.
No, they can blow the game open, and what I'd love to see is a strong top laner paired alongside of it. Line pick of set could be just that to allow Bel'Veth to hit level 6, fight around that Herald, get the Zerg rush going, and look to really start snowballing the game. Something that KFC has not been able to do, but needs to do to match the aggression of the rush.
Yeah, this might be crazy to say, but I would almost bring the Sylas top and then pick another mid laner. I feel like as strong as Sylas is in the mid lane, I think that Sylas versus Set, they're pretty happy with those trades, often, and I do think that feel pretty comfortable. I also like the Jax pick, so I'm not mad about that. I do think that both of these teams with pretty much different angles than what we've seen so far. Yeah, we've got some similar picks. We're seeing the Braum again, we're seeing the Udyr again, but as a whole, a lot of different picks, a lot of different angles to look for potential fights. Both of these teams reaching into their bag and seeing what fits. And for CB Rush, we're seeing the first of Dibble off of the Caitlyn, which I think is the most exciting for me, right? Because when Dibble was doing 1 million damage per auto, that's when Dibble was at their strongest. With Lucian, it's kind of death by 1,000 cuts. And also, it's a little bit of an assassin of an ADC, and so it's a very, not only is it a different champion, it's a different style of champion. And so it should be interesting to see. Yeah,
and equally on the other side, KFC kind of putting the reins in Earl King and Shady Gecko's hand. Like the Seraphine, regardless if you go full AP, everybody can say it's a supportive champion. It's there to kind of help elongate and generate these fights with the Encore, with the healing and shielding, even in the full AP status. It's on the Tristana and the Bel'Veth to really be clanging and banging around this map and making these opportunities. And we've said it a bunch. Rutledge, Joby have been the most insane jungle mid duos. They have made it all sort of work happen. And KFC really has to break. They have to take what they did in game number 2 and turn it into to sizable leads for Earl King to do something.
Yeah, I think that, and it's. I think if you're a mid laner like Earl King, you're on a team that has placed their trust on you so often, right? You're on a team that has believed in you, that you have put so many hours into, and you've worked so hard to be, the number 2 seed with. And then you put those 2 performances up, maybe your confidence wavers, maybe you don't feel as good, maybe it's, pick me Galio, pick me Lissandra, let me just be a playmaker, somebody else who's on today can do things. But you love to see the team placing their confidence in their mid laner, one of their strongest players, somebody who's brought them to this promised land, to the semifinals. And it comes down to, there's a famous NBA quote that I feel like gets memed around a lot, but I would rather go 0 of 50 shooting instead of 0 of 7, because if I go 0 of 7, it means I stopped. It means I stopped trying. And I think the same goes for this KFC team, right? I will have another terrible game, but I don't want to stop trying. And so it's good to see that they place their faith once again in Earl King, in their mid laner, and they say, look, we win together, we lose together. And they're placing a lot of faith on Earl King to have a good game here, because it does feel like the Tristana is kind of their safety policy. If Bel'Veth doesn't get fed, if this set doesn't get fed, you really need this Tristana to do the damage. And if the Tristana doesn't, if Earl King has another bad game, things get really, really difficult for KFC.
Yeah, really difficult, and a ticket to go home. At the end of the day, this is do or die in the semifinals on Sector League Grand Finals, and that's where we all want to be. CB Rush already winning in tournament we were talking about earlier on in the year. So this is a kind of certified champion team, and they're showing it here in the 5. We're gonna have to see, but the way to find out is to honestly get into the game. We all know spectator delay, that's how it works. So we're going to take a small break, and when we get back, we're going to find out if KFC will rise to the occasion or fall to
Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing under me down waves. Upbeat reaching out to give you a shake. That's sweet for fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3, backs against the wall for KFC as we enter into this elimination match. Rush on series point.
Yeah, this is for all the marbles. This is for all the kablooey. Both of these teams just kind of feeling each other out early on, saying hi to each other. It could be the last hi that KFC has in this season, and so they want to remember it. They want to have fun. Caddy's doing some tricks with their with the shield on Braum. I gotta say, in terms of Braum skins, I think that's got to be top of the line. That Sugar Rush skin is up there with the best of them.
I don't know. Beach Bash Braum is pretty dope. Well, or whatever.
It's true.
That one, yeah. Did get some early vision down. It looks like they know. Yep, this is a little hidden technology here, right? Nuffies gets the kill on the ward, which means he'll get level 2 slightly faster, about by 1 minion. So we love that little micro trade there in the early game, but it is just that solo start there on the top side for Joby, on the bottom side for Shady Gecko. We get off to the races.
Yeah, it's a minor thing, but it does, matter. Everything matters in the early game. Everything matters, and it does mean that IBM has to play a little bit safer, right? You can't go for that full trade that you would normally want to as set. You got to be cognizant that this Jax could get 2 before you, so has to back up just a little bit. Also 5 gold, never mad about that. And yeah, there's Nuffy's level 2, getting that damage across like you were talking about. You called it. And indeed, Nuffy's is going to make that little microtransaction matter about as much as he can.
Yeah, that is what we're looking for. It's all a game of inches here, as it is, once again, CB Rush's bot side that has control of that way. First strike, Lucian, known to do a ton of burst damage. Play like an assassin, like we talked about, but got to think most of our eyes, again, are on this mid lane. The Tristana versus Silas matchup, and if Earl King can find his way to an early.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fantastic matchup for the Silas, but I'll be honest, I don't really think I've seen a hell of a lot of these two duke it out, as Nuffy's is taking a lot of damage right there. I mean, that was so many punches just to get one auto across, and so that early lead that Nuffy's had acquired for themselves has kind of been evened out. IBM doing a good job of trading. Now, the difference is Nuffy's did get a good little bit of a CS advantage, but is going to have to back right now because of that trade, get a little bit of a cheater recall, and I don't think IBM is going to be given the same respect to do so, and so this could be, again, Nuffy's getting a little bit of an advantage with that cheater's recall.
Yeah, we love to see the corrupting spot start into that cheater recall for the Doran's Blade. Pretty ingenious stuff here to have that even stronger laning phase against IBM, who, for all intents and purposes, stood up pretty well here. Game 1 went Nuffy's way. Game 2 in the laning phase was all IBM. And now we kind of have the grudge match here of the set versus Jax.
Yeah, and it should be a good one, although we have maybe a unknown entity joining in on that grudge match. Shady Gecko hanging out, and Earl King's getting some good damage onto Rutledge. Oh, Earl King, good recognition of what is safe and what is not jumping in too far, and Joby was waiting in the wings, wasn't able to get anything done.
Just early on, Rutledge is going to have to use his body, his HP as a resource to be able to get forward here. But that counter strike is going to hit, is going to get pulled back though, and Shady Gecko's up here trying to get something, but to no avail. Flash was burned on the...
Yeah, Nuffy's able to survive, does have to use Flash to do so. But the most important thing was able to survive, and Shady Gecko has spent a lot of time in the top side. This has been very, very often low destination for this Belveth, trying to get the set ahead. We tried to get a kill on Nuffy's, set this Jax back a little bit. Hasn't really been able to do so, able to get a flash, but that's about it. Nuffy's also didn't back there after that trade. Actually stuck around to push another wave and still does have teleport. I will say IBM also did not use teleport there as well, just walked back to lane, and so both of these top laners still have teleport.
Yeah, really paid attention to that because it's an important resource, right? And not having to TP away does some great stuff. As far as I try to be a bit of a menace here and just offset Caddy's recall timer. as we're all getting back onto the map. And honestly, pretty quiet early game thus far. 0-0 at 5.5 minutes. You can see the pressure really setting in on both teams, being at the crux of victory and defeat, depending on which way you look at it, and really just trying to play these games out picture perfect, get to that all.
Yeah, it also, sometimes it'll be a close game. Nothing really has happened, but there's been attempts. Doesn't really feel like there's been many attempts. Not even that much trading, if we're being honest. Both these squads just pretty happy with what's going on. It is going to be a lead for the Lucian in the bot lane, like you would expect, and it is going to be a lead in the mid lane, like you might expect. Joby hanging out in the bot lane, trying to get something done on Silbert. Silbert just walks away. Rutledge takes some trading from this Tristana once again. Like you would expect. Again, it's not the most fun lane for Rutledge. I think anytime you're going into an 80 carry in the mid lane, you're probably pretty unhappy, but once you get an item or two, start to feel a little bit better about it.
Shady Gecko goes in with that knockup, but sadly, charge was already used. That's the main piece of Earl King's damage here, as they're going to just let the big old wave crash. And for once, it doesn't look as though Joby and the side of CB Rush have the look on this first Drake, as now we got a little bit of the jungle mid 2v2. Joby's going to take some damage, but Udyr doesn't care. Udyr just walk.
Yeah, they kind of have to be careful here. Rutledge is here just hanging out. They have vision on it, but Caddy and Dibble are here. It is a 4v4 if they want it. They've kind of clumped them into a bad fight, but it does look like with Joby going top, doesn't want to go for a fight there. And I think right now it feels like CB Rush favors themselves in a scaling battle. I think that they like their odds, and so they don't feel the need to push any advantages. I will say, there is kind of a timer on Dibble. I do think Lucian's been reworked to be a little bit better in the late game, but as a whole, this Tristana will beat the Lucian every day of the week when we get to the late game, and so Dibble does kind of feel, Dibble probably feels like they need to get something done in the next 10 or so minutes, or they might be in a little bit of a disadvantage position.
No, I tend to agree with you. You don't pick Lucian to sit and scale, you pick Lucian to fight, and that's what we're starting to see here in the mid lane, is Rutledge does find on abduct, able to get a bunch of damage down with that Kingslayer. And this is where things start to go a little bit more towards his side. He has the capability, just that alternator. If he can actually get onto the Tristana, actually tend to do a ton of damage. Now, Shady Gecko down to the bot lane.
Yep, Shady Gecko poking, prodding, seeing if there's anything to be found in the bot lane. There is not. And so Dragon's in the cards. Does feel like Caddy and Dibble know this, but they do not have Joby. Their jungler is in the top side, so they are just going to give this dragon away. No need to go for it. Trade the first Rift Herald for the first dragon. Joby is able to take that. Now the question is, where do you drop this Rift Herald? I think a lot of people do favor the first Rift Herald because of the money you can get from it. But what people forget is you actually do have to get the money from it. It's not always a guarantee. Sometimes you drop it, you don't get as much as you might want. Sometimes it's on the wrong members. So where does this Rift Herald get dropped?
Yeah, and as of right now, again, this is actually a big push away from the side of CB Rush, because traditionally, where does your where do you want to take Bel'Veth? You want to take her up to the top side. You want to get the true form at level 6 and have that Herald, and then proceed to kind of snowball from there. And they were able to kind of switch that around here. But we do see Shady Gecko up on the top side. Nothing. Gonna go ahead and jump away. And it looks as though Joby's looking towards this bottom side, towards the Lucian that we said we want to see snowball ahead here, waiting in the wings, unseen.
There's a world where Joby could do something. He's going to continue to walk up under vision. Dibble takes another tower shot. Actually not bad, because it might bait them in for something, as Rutledge trades, Nuffy's trades. But our eyes are on the bot side. Here goes Joby, but I don't know if there's something to be found here. Oh yeah.
It's close. There comes Alex, the ultimate. Low HP bars all around, but man, they do not get the kill yet. But now they're going to drop this Herald. They're going to maybe re-engage, and now Earl keeps coming forward. Rutledge able to just use the abscond to get away there, and everybody walks away still alive. No first blood to be had as Devil, oh my gosh, he is flirting with the devil. So is Nuffy's up on the top side. So many people are close to dying, and the question is going to become who it is first here, as Rutledge doesn't have much mana. Get out maybe one combo, but that is about it. Kings can continue to try to push this advantage. Maybe looking, the explosive charge going to get something. Here comes the flash.
Oh, no.
Here goes the E, and then the knockback from the buster shot. My God, somebody has to die here soon, and it's maybe looking like it could be here on the top side. IBM going to go back in, going to use the showstopper to get him away. Not enough though, and first blood goes over to the side of CB Rush. Is now Shady Gecko might be the second one, be able to get just barely away with 4,000 IQ on the rotation. Looks as though the fight is done. That was a hellacious 2 minutes.
Yeah, through all of that, through all of those health bars, through all of that tight trading, only one kill was found. But it was on the Jacks, and that is a good member to get that first kill on. Nuffies has themselves a kill, 1-0 on the Jacks. Talk about this being a grudge match. Very, very good start for it. Caddy getting some vision, and Nuffies might have overstayed, but does have Joby in the wings.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a tactical. Oh my gosh, the flash forward for the face breaker. Beautiful moment here as IBM may get burned down though. Does not have that W because he just used it to kill. Joby, you didn't commit, you didn't believe. And able to let IBM walk away here on 1 HP.
Yeah, IBM able to survive, and so was able to get the flash. Joby is going for it now?
Yeah, he goes for it now, and he trades 1-for-1. Hey, you know what? That's somewhat winning, as we're gonna get another ultimate coming through here from Dibble. Just gonna chunk him out a bit. Has that Kraken Slayer in tow, as well as the magical footwear. We're starting to get online here for the Lucian to be able to find that one-shot combination strike.
Earl King has done good for themselves. This has been a strong game for Earl King. You know, I was talking earlier about how you have to place trust in your mid laner. You have to believe even with some poor performances. And this has been a great performance so far, at least in the laning phase for the Tristana. Just bullying Rutledge. I mean, this is a just unfair game to have to play if you're Rutledge. Every time you trade, just constantly take more and more damage. It's just been a tough one. It really feels like the Udyr hasn't helped out mid that much. Earl King gonna try to go for a trade here. Good buster shot. But Earl King can honestly, chooses not to hop in. I was gonna say could hop in. Joby, I believe, was able to secure that buff. But the gold lead was once 1,000 for the side of CB Rush. Now it is down to 600. Both of these teams just on a knife's edge. Everything
pretty much equal still. We got some items coming through now. You can see the strike breaker on Shady Gecko, as well as that Andrew's Torment there on Solbert. So we're hitting some main breakpoints. And this is a build I haven't seen played as much. Talking about the other day is the Stride Breaker, Bork, Titanic, Hydra sort of route, the tankier Bel'Veth. That could be exactly what they need. Only really having one real source of engage out of your Rel and expecting Set to be in side lane. I think it's a good adaptation for the games.
Yeah, I do think that could be good. Here's the assassin kind of Lucian that I was talking about, but maybe it's Dibble that might get assassinated.
Yeah, Dibble's not in a good spot right now. He's going to try to trade at least one, able to get it out here, but that is in a lot of people at the moment. Dibble will fall, Caddy will fall. The resets are coming through for Gecko as the TP is going to be invested as well. Joby trying to walk away, trying to catch up, and it looks as though that flash is going to do something. As Earl King able to try to find it, but now it's up on the top side. Nuffy's fighting against IBM, just trading back and forth, and now Rutledge is now the one in danger. This is picture in picture, some craziness, but the abduct gets them away. And great play from the side of KFC on the bottom side. Dibble's just able to kind of outhands the assault there for just a moment.
Yeah, and that play's gonna have implications. Although Joby's back here, I don't think they want the fight, and indeed they do not. But it does have implications because they do lose the dragon as well. So it's two members as well as a dragon. And oh boy, hold on a second. There might be more as well.
Might be more as well as they're trying to really push it. KFC trying to come alive. This is still a very even game state, but there's been two really good plays around the bottom side of the map, both resulting in them now stacking the dragons. Vice the other way around that has been for the series.
So it is going to be dragon stacking for KFC, like you talked about. They do have the 2 dragons already. Rutledge holding on to that Rel ultimate, but I don't think it's going to be able to find an opportunity to use it. Something to keep an eye on. Joby taking that Rift Herald right now, or at least starting it. So they're going to roam over Caddy. They're going to roam over Rutledge. They're going to see if they can't get it as Nuffies continues to trade, but it looks like it's uncontested. And so even with all of the roaming, it wasn't really necessary, but they are going to get both Rift Heralds. And again, they can knock down the first turret right here. If they're smart about it, they should be able to ensure that they get first turret gold.
No, absolutely. And the biggest thing right now is that the name of the game is you got to take what you can, and a really good of KFC to not try to win on both sides of the map, right? They got the dragon. It means they're not going to fight the Rift Herald. And now Dibble has to be careful. Kill shots are coming through from Solberg, and they are starting to hurt. And this is the range disadvantage you find yourself in as the Lucian into almost anybody in the bottom.
Yeah, it's not fun if you are the Lucian, especially by yourself. Caddy's here now, but too little too late. You don't have the Lucian there, and it does look like the focus is on the top side. Nuffies is going to take some damage from IBM. Doesn't know that Joby is there, and here we go. This might be a potential fight.
We're getting some skill shots to the bottom side, and this is a real fight. It's now 3v2. Gecko looking to try to put this to bed. Nubbin has the counter strike, not taking any damage from now, but will fall. Can Joby clean it up? Earl King's gonna step in, but now backups on the way. Rutledge doesn't find the abscond abduct. There's so many low health bars. He's gonna get the bluster shot. He's gonna be able to pick up one in return. Now looking for IBM, is gonna miss. We're gonna get down that first turret like you were talking about earlier, able to trade 1-for-1 on the play.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they were all on the top side, right? That turret was chunked down so much. They're able to get the first turret. I think they wanted to get it onto Nuffies, but that trade did not end up working, and so Nuffies ended up falling. Still, getting a kill on a Rutledge, you're never mad about that. Getting the money into Rutledge's pockets, never mad about that. Getting a 2,000 gold lead. Well, you know the line. So they're in a good position right now. It's another bottom turret as well, and I believe they got another... Did they get another cast off? I'm not sure. As Rutledge, hold on a second.
Yeah, Rutledge is looking to go a bit sicko mode here after that painful laning phase. They are still here at 1v3. Has access to the Bel'Veth ultimate. Will allow them to continue to pick up those coral shoals along the way. Now it's just going to get the reset off.
Nothing to be found. Rutledge trying to find something on the Shady Gecko, but I mean, that should show you, even with this 25 CS difference in the mid lane, Rutledge is still a problem. Has that kill, was able to get first tower, got themselves the Night Harvester, and yeah, this is not a fun member to have to deal with. Topside Nuffies stopping IBM's back.
The disrespect.
Does feel like
walk into that bush.
I mean, yeah, it never feels good. You're never thrilled about that, but it doesn't really have many implications. More of just a come on, man, kind of moment.
Like, dude, stop, don't. Yeah,
exactly. I feel like that's been IBM's like whole game so far, just as this set. Just like, I don't want to have to go into a Jax.
That is absolutely valid. And as of right now, like, this game is so much shorter in terms of kills per minute, the objective explosiveness, etc. This is a much more reserved game state. Some things are still kind of showing through. And the one that I have to say is Earl King having a really good matchup so far here into Rutledge. Going to continue to walk away. Is going to hit the abduct, and I don't think he really wanted that because he's just going to get knocked down. Is your keyboard plugged in, Rutledge? What happened here, buddy?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's definitely a tough one because, again, we were talking about, you know, you're thrilled if you are good damage across. You're thrilled if you are Rutledge. You did a good job of plugging the bleeding and making sure you weren't giving over too much. But now suddenly, Earl King is 2-1, got a tower, is up 40 CS on you. All it takes is one mistake in your lane. No longer feels as good as it once did, and just a tough position to be in.
Yeah, they're looking to go in right here. Are going to invest the ultimate, looking to get on through, but it is one kill for Earl King. Second one soon to follow. Caddy's going to burn down. That's a double. Now 4-1 on the Tristana with the dragon on the board.
Yeah, that is a massive, massive fight from 4,000 IQ and Solbert to set that one up. The CC layering it in, able to get so much damage. And like you said, that sole point, it's ensuring that your jungler is fed. It is ensuring that your mid laner is fed. And there are real problems for CB Rush now. You know, you were in a good position where you felt comfortable. You felt like you were, you know, in this game, and that you might have had your hand on the driver's seat or on the driver's wheel. But now you're starting to get a little bit concerned because Earl King is going to be a problem to have to deal with locking down this Tristana. Easier said than done. And, you know, whenever you're focusing the Tristana, that's just a second that you're not focusing on the Bel'Veth. And so it's kind of the two-headed monster of KFC rearing its ugly head.
Yeah, but the thing that still has to be said is even with all of these kills, even with everything going on, it's still a rather solidly gold lead. As now Rutledge is just going to fall once again. This is 2 times been caught out kind of in the side lane, falling to their death. And now the gold lead's starting to come up a little bit more, but it's still less than 1,000 gold that separates these 2 teams.
Yeah, I do think that CB Rush has done a good job of getting gold in other areas, even without getting kills. You know, you think of the towers, you think of the CSing, especially with Dibble, 218 CS. I mean, that's the most in the game by far. Nobody else is even very close to 200. So Dibble's done a great job of CSing, but still, I mean, even with that, you know, you are still down gold, and it just comes down to the kills. So I'm curious to see how Dibble plays these fights out. Again, we were talking about that with game 1. Solbert was kind of the unknown entity. We didn't see Solbert fight on the AD carry, you know, of Ashe. And then once we did, we started to say, okay, well, you know, now that we've seen it, now we're starting to see the strength. I think that goes for this game too, except for the opposite side of things. I think Dibble could really be a thorn in the side of KFC, could be a huge issue. We just haven't really seen Dibble fight yet.
No, absolutely have not seen it really find that effective range just yet in the middle. Has that first strike proc up. That's what he's looking for. Full combination in tandem with the first strike damage amp. Really just blow somebody up. And that just hasn't been the case so far. Baron is on the table. Vision control up there on the top side towards the side of CB Rush. And that is a bit contested, and this has really been where they start to come alive in game number 1. This is where the downturn was for CB Rush, and they had to fight and claw back from there. One thing we know about this team fighting is something they do well.
Yeah, I think also with Dibble, kind of cool to see. I cannot remember the last time I saw an ADC get 10 CS a minute. In amateur, you usually see 8 to 9. 10 CS a minute is pro numbers. I mean, that's impressive numbers. And, you know, I get that it's on Lucian and it's against, you know, a fairly, you know, weak early game bot. But still, Dibble is very impressive so far. The Caitlyn games were great. We were asking the question of, can they do it on Lucian as well? At least right now, just with CSing and macro. Still the same player, still the same Dibble, still impressive.
And Rutledge got a hold of that encore. Very impactful ult. And walk up here over Vision towards the Baron. Maybe they feel like this is the time to pull the trigger. Maybe this is the time to start the fight and start playing the game on their terms versus KFC's.
They're going to go into this. Oh, never mind. I was going to say they're going to go into this bush. They're actually going to go for a fight here, potentially. Here we go.
Yeah, trying to run down Shady Gecko, but it already looks like there's a break off here. Gonna head ahead and pick up that wave. So right now, just tier 1 tower for nothing for the side of CB Rush, thinking that they could pull the enemy team up to the Baron, and they were unsuccessful.
Yeah, they were on Vision. They lose the mid turret. On about 2,000 gold right now. They're just kind of getting bled out. I'm sure they want to take a fight. I mean, they're walking around like they want to fight something. They definitely want to utilize Joby and Caddy in the front line, and they want to get as much out of Dibble in the mid game as they can, because that is when Lucian is by far and away the strongest. But KFC have done a good job of saying, you know what, we are not going to take fights on your terms. We refuse. Do not want to take fights that we do not want to take, and they have just walked away at pretty much every single time. So they're going to have to fight at one of these. You'd imagine this next dragon is probably where they're going to have to fight. And the question is, do they want to fight if they don't have control? Because right now, CB Rush is going to have control of the river. And so we might have our first official 5v5 of this match.
And look at the inventories right now. Tristana and the Lucian, Devil, like you talked about, has been farming up a storm, down in kills, but equal in items at this moment. Basically mirrored inventories of one another. They have to walk into this 4,000 IQs looking, fishing for the play. This is their soul they're looking to get, but they do not have access to the river just yet. Pharrell ultimate stolen away by Rutledge. He's looking for the angle. Waiting, patient as always. So he's just hitting it, and there's going in. Oh my goodness, all through, but it doesn't look so far that Rutledge has the upper hand here. Is about to be burned down. That's one to Earl King, but Solbert's taken out on the back side here. Still a 3v4 towards the side of KFC, looking to re-engage. Getting onto the back line, but is stunned up. Shady Gecko has not been able to get the reset yet, but Earl King will go unstoppable. That's 2 for them, 3 for them in the fight, and he might just go for 4 as Caddy gonna be able to get away, but that's gonna be the soul to KFC.
Yeah, that is a massive fight for KFC to win right there, potentially game winning, as they have the soul in their eyes, but they are greedy. They want both the big purple worm and the dragon, both trying to take it down. They go IBM towards the dragon, 3 towards the soul, or towards the baron, and Earl King had a terrible game too on the Aurelion soul, but has more than made up for it right now. 7-1 on this Tristana, went absolutely nuclear, and honestly it looked like it was a good fight from the beginning. Rutledge got a huge engage on the back line. That was 4 members with the ultimate stolen from the Rel, but it just didn't matter. They just didn't have the damage, and Dibble was close range, able to get 1 kill on the back end of it, but again, just didn't end up mattering, and Earl King went relatively untouched that entire time. And so you talk about that 2-headed monster, it's only getting worse. 4-0-5 on the Belveth, 7-1-1 on the Tristana, and KFC find themselves in a commanding lead.
And the 4K goal differential now just a little bit below 5K in their favor. And this tier 2 tower, you know, does not long for this world. It's going to go away soon. Gaddy gonna have to back up, and he wants to join it in the afterlife here. KFC are making this an entertaining series. They said, we're not going quietly into the night. This will not be a 3-0. Joby on the backside. With Nuffies looking to try to pinch this out. The on crew catches 2. They're going to go back in, but the counter engage is there as well. And once again, it's Earl King on the backside. Godlike free firing into this team and just shredding them down as they look to end this and take themselves to 2-1.
Yeah, again, it looks like a good engage from Rutledge, but the pockets just too heavy. KFC punch back. They heard the 10 count. They said this fight is not over. We're gonna try to go the distance. A reverse sweep still in the cards, still potentially available. It all starts with 1 game, and KFC, it was a must-win, but a game that they had to win right there, and indeed they do in pretty convincing fashion near the end of it, under 30 minutes. And so, look, don't count your chickens before they hatch, Red Gore, because this game is not over yet.
Yeah, don't count your chickens if you don't have the eggs, because in that game, my goodness, and I think it comes down to Earl King. We put a lot of emphasis on him. He showed up big time. And on the opposite side, the Silas, it wasn't pretty. It ended up being pretty anemic in terms of not having that combat power, because you saw, like you said, great engages, great plays were being made, but there was no power behind it because Earl King did such a great job keeping him down in lane and finding 2 crucial kills in side lane to just put him in the dirt.
Yeah, it was not the game for Rutledge right there. 1-4. I think Joby didn't have a great game either. And even though Dibble did fine, and you know, Dibble got themselves the lead, it was really the Earl King and the Shady Gecko show. I mean, this was a great bounce back game from both of them. You know, they had put Shady Gecko on these tank duties, you know, of Sejuani and Jarvan. They throw him on a carry, 5-0-9. For Earl King, 2 games of Aurelion Soul, 2 misses from Aurelion Soul, and put them on somebody with a little bit more onus, a little bit more, you know, self-heal, and went off 9-1-3. And so, huge game, must-win game from KFC. They win it. Now they get to go back to the drawing board. They get to build their confidence, and they get to try to send this one to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, this is also now on the opposite side. Just still one win away for the side of CB Rush, and the first time they're going to have side select in this series. They've been on red side every game. Now it's going to be a question of will they continue to favor that counter pick, or will they look to go to the blue side and pick up something they haven't seen before? Maybe able to get that priority pick out there and just force away some bans on the red side that feels like KFC has continued to want to get out of the game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Side selection has played pretty big factor in these games, so it'll be interesting to see who picks what sides we can expect, what bans we can see. Curious to see if Tristan is on the chopping block, if they are going to, throw another Caitlyn ban out, or if they're going to say, you know what, we have a solution to it. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see, because we really won't be able to see till we actually do see, which is in the draft.
Yeah, and with all those C's, what you don't see is the game, because we're going to have to wait a bit to get into it. So we'll take a short break, grab your gamer snacks, grab your gamer drinks, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 4. What looked like a 3-0 has now become a full-blown series. Do not adjust your television sets. This is correct. KFC still on the blue side. CB Rush choosing to stay on the red. So expecting things to be pretty similar, except for the Bo5 gone. Shady Gecko, you're not allowed to do that again, nor is Earl allowed to play Sana. So adaptations really quick.
Yeah, I think that, or the Seraphine, you know what? We just hated the entirety of the last prep. I get it, because you're forcing them on other picks. And this is what CB Rush is thinking right now, right? We won the first 2 games fairly handily. It feels like we've got a pretty good understanding of how we can beat them. We just did not like the picks we had to go into. And they had good team fights, like we were talking about. Like, it felt like, you know, there were good team fights where they had a good engage. They had, you know, damage coming across, but it was, they just felt like the champions weren't doing the damn thing. So they're gonna ban them out. They're gonna say we believe in our execution, and we're just gonna try to force them onto other champions. And it is gonna be that Jarvan first pick for KFC with the immediate response of the Lux.
Yeah, that Lux flex pick still on the table. Question is going to be, is what are we going to put next to it? Are we going to put our bot lane again? Ashe is on the table, another champion that Dibble does play. We'll have to see, because the Lucian, sadly, with a short range and need to go forward. Never mind. We're not even going to act like it's a flex pick. We're just going to throw the Alistar in there for Caddy.
Yeah, I think Alistar into Jarvan's is pretty good. Feel pretty good about that one. The flag and drag, the Alistar will just eat him up whenever he tries to do so. And so a counter pick in a way, it's not really going to be in the laning phase. Now the Kog'Maw being hovered is interesting, because it makes me feel like it could be a Cog Braum or a Cog Lulu, which have been, you know, the 2 best pairings. And yeah, it's going to be locked in. And so I feel like we almost definitely know what the support's going to be. Cog Yuumi also not bad. It's Kog'Maw, but I feel like Cog Lulu and Cog Braum are like the best 2 by far.
Yeah, and apparently they heard you at home, because they may switch off of that Yuumi here.
Oh,
now
no.
Stuff out
Right,
there.
they're just trolling.
Yeah, you go with what you feel. You know, it's your game to play. But we have seen how impactful the Braum can be, especially alongside the Kog'Maw. Like you said, very easy to get that stun off. Kog'Maw scales so insanely well. Choose through tanks, choose through squishies. The champ can do it all. And hey, if you die, at least you can do a couple hundred true damage.
Yeah, the Kog'Maw I think doesn't get picked a lot because it can be abused really early on, and it's a lot like Twitch in that regard. Very strong, high damage, auto attack, on hit, late game AD carry, but early on is really difficult to use. The Braum kind of stabilizes that, where a Lulu Kog'Maw is really great to, accelerate a Kog'Maw's damage. The Braum ensures that the Kog'Maw doesn't have too bad of a laning phase, and then like you said, you're able to get stuns off so often. So it's a very good bot lane. I think you've seen it most if you watch a lot of pro play. Hansama and Mickey tend to use it a lot in G2, and then I think also seen it quite a bit with BDS. And so Europe loves Kog'Maw Braum. But I don't think it's really made its way super well into NA yet. It's not super well integrated. The response is the Nocturne, which I think actually, I was so harsh on the Nocturne last time. I actually love this Nocturne pick, because if you're Nocturne, I'm down to die. I'm okay with dying if I take the Kog'Maw with me. Who cares if I die? If I'm able to kill a Kog'Maw, I am thrilled, because I think that this KFC squad is putting a lot of their eggs into the Kog'Maw basket.
No, absolutely. Kog'Maw does signal that sort of protect the carry comp, allow him to fight that front to back, and Nocturne just says, I don't care about your front. I get to go straight to the back. It's all how well able to play it. And that is what I love to see.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa is a great dive buddy and the assassin scaling AD carry front to back. The champ can do it all.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa is very strong right now as well, and I think also Kai'Sa and Nocturne is really the duo of dreams. Nocturne ults in, Kai'Sa ults in as well. You don't really get to see where Kai'Sa ults in because of the because of the darkness. This Kassadin, this is not gonna get locked in, is it? Oh my goodness! All right, we're seeing a Kassadin, which, I mean, it's great for the late game, I suppose, but slight concerns about the rest of the game. KFC, look, they're playing confident right now, which is all you can ask for in an elimination game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're putting it all out there on the line, and that's another champion that is just League of Legends. But Kassadin into the Lux. Sad times, levels 1 to 6, but 6 to 11. That's where he really can start to do something with that Rift Walk to be able to close the gap over the Binding Light and really look to get kill pressure. Once again, Rutledge gonna have to have some fancy footwork and try to push the lead early into Earl King.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough one for Earl King for quite a while, but then there kind of just becomes a point where the Earl King is suddenly the most important person in the game. So we'll have to see if at that point the game is still, competitive, or if not. And again, I love this adaptation. Gwen into Ornn, Gwen into any tank. Always a good slam. I will say they're a little overloaded on AP now with the Lux, Kai'Sa, Gwen, but I don't think you're too mad about that. Gwen can just slice and dice. Also great for getting into the back line. You can just go immune and dash your way in. So CB Rush, this is a different composition that we're seeing out of them. This is a different style, but it's not a bad style, and I think that it could potentially be a great style if they can lock down the Kog'Maw and the Kassadin, and this could be their way into the finals.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The name of the game for CB Rush is you're on the clock, my friends. You need to end this game before Kog'Maw and Kassadin get online with the Ornn next to him, just increasing that scaling. Meanwhile, KFC are just like, we don't have to play the game. Like, we just have to not give away the game in the first 20 minutes, and then it's really hard for the side of CB Rush to actually play it out. So the unyielding aggression of CB Rush versus the unmovable object of KFC kind of becomes the name of the story here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to deal with this Kassadin Kog'Maw. It's the double Ks, man. It's the Ks for the KFC. They could be a huge issue, and so if you're CB Rush, right, like you said, they're on the clock. They definitely need to deal with those too, but they have all the tools to do so, right? Like sometimes you see a team draft into a heavy scaling composition, and they draft late game as well, and it's like, all right, that's great. You're never going to out late game the late game team, and I'm glad that they just accepted that they weren't going to do so, and they said, you know what, it's okay. We're just going to go early game. And so they have the Nocturne. Yeah, Kai'Sa scaled up, sure. Sure, the Gwen scales up as well. But they're still good early on. And the Nocturne really signifies that they understand where they need to be at. They understand the assignment. And, they hope to send themselves to the finals. If you're KFC, it's just the waiting game. Patience is key. And if they're able to do so, they are putting themselves in a damn good position for Silver Scrapes.
No, absolutely. And really, that's going to become the case of, again, jungle pathing early. The Nocturne wants to power farm. Jarvan wants to start getting these ganks off early on. Where they put that attention really here for Shady Gecko is going to be the question. Had an all right game 1 on the Jarvan. We saw what he can do on a carry performance. Now back to that bread and butter. And where he goes early on, what lane he chooses to affect, have bigger implications. And part of me says, if you pick Ornn, you don't pick Ornn to go see him. You pick Ornn to say, hey, good luck, little buddy. I'll see you when you're level 14 and you have something. But other than that, just do your own thing.
Yeah, it's going to be an island for this Ornn. But yeah, don't count out the Ornn yet. Especially the Ornn damage early with the brittle, I think really goes unnoticed quite often. And so we could see a potential solo bolo from the Ornn. And if you get solo boloed by an Ornn, it's a really rough time, because now you are fighting to go even. You are no longer fighting to get an advantage. So keep an eye out in the top lane, because as much as we expect it to be a wet noodle fight with the Gwen winning constantly, the Ornn, yeah, Dutch could say something about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The mage, tank, paladin, healer, assassin, Ornn. Yeah, he can do a little bit of it all here. We're still gonna wait to get to the spectator delay before we get a break. I think the big thing is gonna be on the bottom side of the map. Kai'Sa, Dibble. I have a sign behind me. It talks about Umbral Kai'Sa. I just want to make it absolutely clear here. Do not do that. I do not want to see this in my game. I think it's a great thing, but I just don't feel like there's that great a kill pressure for the side of CB Rush. It feels like Kai'Sa's going to have to play a little bit of the scaling game and really look to explode around the mid game with Nocturne.
Yeah, whenever you see a Kassadin, it's just bully the Kassadin, right? Like, no reason for any other lane. Make the Kassadin go 0-3 and put them in an even bigger hole than they already are in. And then you can worry about whatever else is on the map. But as long as you put Kassadin far behind, you're a happy camper.
You guys heard it here. The name of the game is bully Kassadin, mug Kassadin, take his money, take his shoes, don't let him scale into the game. Find out if they can actually do that successfully, if they can girl boss, gatekeep, and gaslight their way to the grand finals of CB Rush. We'll have to get into the game, but that'll be after this short break as we get through the spectator. it all comes down to this part 2. KFC looks to even it up while CB Rush looks to finish it out. The late game scaling versus the early game aggression. What will happen in this all-important game number?
Well, we'll have to see. If I'm CB Rush, I'm actually not going for an invade, because invades are too much of a coin flip. And it's always been my issue with invades, is I just think they're too coin flippy. If you invade and you lose your invade, really put yourself in a horrible position for the rest of the game. And so they are, even though they're a good early game team, I think they recognize that they're not that good of an early game team. There's only a certain amount of champions that are like really OP at invades, you know, Blitzcrank, Lucian, champions that are so good level 1. But as a whole, I think that CB Rush would rather let their early game do the talking. And so no invades across the board. Both teams get a little bit of vision, feel each other out a little bit, see where, you know, what's kind of happening. Going to be a Jarvan ward from Shady Gecko, spotted out by Rutledge, so they know where that ward is. That's going to be all.
Yeah, we already see the quick back to get a hold of that sweeper, and starting down here on the bottom side or the side of CB Rush. Meanwhile, Jarvan, Shady Gecko, once again starting on the top side of the map here. But Nuffins, I love this. Just walk in. What are you going to do? Level 1, even 2v1 with the Ornn. It's just going to be the Q from both of them. That fight's going to continue on. Looks like Nuffin has disengaged himself and just going to keep IBM. Also, Gate kept out of lane. That little piece just slows down Jarvan's clear so much here in the early game.
Yeah, but it's a huge health trade for Nuffies. Yeah, it's great that you were able to get the trade, but you're gonna have to pop your potion as well because of it, and so a little bit of a disadvantage trying to go for something right there. Maybe not exactly what you wanted. Did get vision of where the Jarvan is, and so that is the minor thing that they were able to receive in the bot lane. Like you had mentioned, just trying to, I feel like it's scaling for both of them, and you're gonna get push off when you do have the Jarvan and the Braum. It is a very annoying thing to have to deal with, but you usually aren't in any danger of being killed.
Oh, absolutely. But look at how much like that kind of changes the early game concept, because they just finished their Joey just finished their 4th camp, going on to number 5. Meanwhile, Shady Gecko just finished number 3. So that 2 camp up process is going to be here for the whole first clear, which could, enable Joby to look to double scuttle, to look to continue to drive resources away. Do you see the bot side of KFC looking to get some early vision? Maybe Braum for that 1,000 IQ play here in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of assembling the Avengers to kill Rutledge here. If it was just the Braum, I don't think it's possible. But Solbert was there, Shady Gecko was in the area. They end up calling it off, but Rutledge has no way of knowing how much danger he was just in. So was able to survive. This is the early help that Earl King seems what they need. Joby gonna get some CC off on IBM, but I don't know if there's potential kill.
No, but that definitely equals up the health a little bit. And it almost looked towards the bot side. They were on a fact-finding mission to see, because they didn't catch out Joby on any vision early on. So thought, hey, maybe it taken away my bot side during this process, with Nuffies also delaying the clear to a certain degree. But none of that was foot here. Just some good old-fashioned clear across the board. As now we're look towards the mid lane as Rutledge continues to abuse Earl King early on. Now it's Shady Gecko looking for a gank. Daddy in a bit of trouble here. Gonna get the knockup, gonna get the knockback, able to flash away. Could be fine to stay alive possibly, but Kog'Maw's got so much range, looking to burn down. It looks like he's gonna survive on 1 HP there, so the fight's not over just yet. It's like look for more, but so far still 0-0 after 2 ganks.
It's not often that you get to talk about the mechanics of a support, but Caddy played that pretty perfectly. Honestly, was able to get the knockup off, and then once the flag and drag came in, flashed it, and then it was just a game of numbers, and is able to have the health to stay alive there. So beautifully played right there from Caddy. Ensures that even with the gank, not even the support is going to fall, and keeps themselves alive. Good, beautiful work, and we continue to wait on that first blood. It is going to be CB Rush getting themselves a advantage early on to the tune of about 500 gold, but nothing so substantial that it's uncomebackable. This game is not over by any means. It does mean, though, with this early advantage and with the push in the bot side, that it looks like CB Rush has their eyes on this first dragon.
They have their eyes on the first dragon. It is known, but Gecko is on the other part of town now saying, hey, we're just going to walk away. Because again, KFC, not in the driver's seat. They just want to scale. They don't need to take any unnecessary rest. Nuffies for the second time is getting their recall canceled. My friend, just step under your tower. It's so much safer.
Yeah, I get it. A little bit of a greedy recall there, but was, ended up getting it canceled. The most important thing there, though, is CB Rush able to get themselves the first dragon. And so we talked about this being an early game composition, and they're staying true to that. I will say I like this adaptation from Shady Gecko, stealing away the Raptors and then looking to steal away the Krugs as well. This Nocturne was doing work in terms of the CS department and the pressure department, but should be actually put behind a little bit because of that.
Still level 5 doesn't have access to that paranoia, but still looking around the bot lane here is that his camp stolen away, all none the wiser. No vision, pick that out. Kind of unaware, waiting a hot minute down here.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Without the paranoia, what's the best? Do they come to ward and you kill them that way? I don't know. It doesn't really feel like it's a potential kill angle, and you're gonna have to hang their head and walk away realizing that there was nothing there. So it ends up wasting some time, but shouldn't matter too much in the long run. But again, does mean that it gives some more time for Shady Gecko to even up back in the CS department.
Absolutely, because in his head right now, he was waiting for that blue buff to spawn. He's still level 5, but he's walking back down here. But Gecko's going to meet him up on the play. Kind of spread out here. Now Joby's the one who's in trouble. Flagging Drag's going to follow him over. He's a bit low health. He's not going to get the fear off. Dissuades them away. Now CB Rutledge coming down. That is a level 7 Kassadin. Has access to Rift Walk. He's going to get the silence out. But shielding's going to help a bit. Plus 14 gold and the final spark to push the wave. Huge fan of that.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate comes up so often. Why not recognize that there's probably not going to be kill potential pressure anywhere soon? And so I just keeps Earl King away from some CS. Oh, it's a good knockup from Caddy, but with the, I don't know if the, oh, hold on a second.
There's the killer instinct going in. Solbert's low, but Dibbles was exhausted. It gets ignited, is going to go down. First blood over to Solbert there on a real butt clincher of a 2v2.
Yeah, just getting the stun off from 4,000 IQ at the very end of it. I believe that was the 5th auto proc as well to get the passive damage off. That surely would have killed the Cogman. Just unfortunate right there from Dibble. Feels like they felt like they played that one pretty well, but the disengage just too good from 4,000 IQ. And Solbert and KFC, look, this is CBR. This is supposed to be an early game composition. Not only are you not ahead early, you're down early. And it really feels like KFC have done a fantastic job of making sure that, who cares about this? Let's just give up little bits and pieces and, force CBR into these uncomfortable trades.
Oh, he's going to utilize the ultimate there called the Forge Guard. But hey, we're able to get one back out of the Cataclysm. My goodness, Nuffies. But now the rest of the party's shown up. It is a 3v3 up here on the top side. 4,000 IQ trying to keep track with it. Looks like it's been dissuaded a bit here. Paranoia is still active. Still able to use that. Looks like they're going to opt out and take that one kill there. Now Joby still chasing down the river. There is a Rift Herald up. Is an opportunity for them to play around this objective. Try to get gold back into theirs.
They're able to get a kill right there. That is beautifully played from Nuffies. Fantastic work to get a kill. That's the issue with the Cataclysm with Gwen. You kind of, I mean, that's where Gwen makes her money. That's her day job. That's the 9 to 5, right when you're in her face. And so she will take those every day of the week. Able to get a kill, keep herself alive. And they're able to get the Rift Herald as well. And so even though they are down gold, In terms of neutral objectives, they're doing a fantastic job. 1 Dragon, 1 Rift Herald, and 1-1 in the kills. No towers for either team, and only 300 gold separates these teams. So I wouldn't say CBR's out of it yet. They probably have another 15 minutes till we really start to see Earl King and Solbert take over. So they really need to do something in the next 15 minutes, but Joby has the ultimate online now. Paranoia, it's a big part of their composition. It'll be interesting to see where they want it to really make its money.
We saw how important that was in game number 2, how much that could change the whole complexion of these team fights. So the second Drake coming up, once again, it's CB Rush out there in the river. Lux is coming down there. Earl King, on the other hand, still in the mid lane. So we got a bit of a man advantage at the moment, as access killer instinct be there at a moment's continue to trade round the objective.
Yeah, I will say every time something like that happens and a fight occurs and nothing really comes out of it, I feel like KFC have won that, because they are okay with that. They want to scale, they want to take their time, they don't want to rush things too quickly, and so they're pretty cool with that. Hold on, Caddy.
Oh, there's the Paranoia going in onto the back line. That is going to be Caddy going down first, but some low health bars along the way. But instead, Joby's going to be taken down. Dibble has a chance. Earl King utilizes that TP to get down to the fight. Rutledge now there alongside of it. Could be turned, but it could be dangerous. Here is going to get stunned up. Kog'Maw able to do damage. Solbert just free firing. Gets shut down possibly here. Dibble can get off one more auto attack. No, he cannot. And this is just 2 kills now unanswered from the side of CB Rush as Dibble is just waiting on the sideline.
That is a disaster. That is a disaster. They needed at least 1 or 2 of them, and Dibble's going to be disappointed with that one. Just didn't have the damage. Dibble didn't have the damage, and it's going to cost him. That is going to destroy him.
That's a full Blade of the Rune King now at 12 minutes into the game on to Solbert here. He's going to make that trading that much more powerful. And part of it, I gotta say, is this is lethal tempo Kaisa. This is not Hail Blades. This isn't early game. This is a scaling rune and doesn't have nearly the kill pressure early on. Doesn't have the Kraken Slayer online yet. There's so many elements here right now that's just, Dibble just doesn't have that sort of damage to kind of back these fights up.
Yeah, and it feels like this isn't the Joby, Nocturne we saw of old. Hopped into the team fight in the middle of 4 right there and didn't really get the damage across. So kind of difficult to see. And yeah, the gold lead about 1,000. Tough right now for CB Rush. It's not the position they want to be in, not the fights they want to take. They're gonna have to kill Solbert, but Solbert might have overextended here.
Solbert is in a pretty dangerous spot, but just may say to hell with it. I'll continue to get these kills. Flash forward's gonna get the stun down. Dibble is live by 1 HP right now. Has a chance to be able to turn this around. Gets, oh my god, the fancy feet. Dibble, watch out. It's gonna just get cataclysmed to death. TP invested now here for Nuffies, looking to pick it up. Solbert's got nothing left in the tank, is gonna get the shutdown over to the Gwen. Flag and drag to try to get out. R2 use. Nuffies has 1 more cast in the pocket, but it's not going to utilize it. Able to pick up that shutdown in the process. Very much needed answer back from the side of CB Rush.
Yeah, it's a massive shutdown right there, and it's on a good member as well. The Gwen could be a potential way back into this. Hold on.
Ooh. Here we go. The final spark into the Paranoia gets Earl King. Meanwhile, Nuffins now has to be a bit careful as IBM has matched him down here in the bottom side. Does not get the snip work there. Able to back up. But that's what we want to see. The final spark into the Paranoia. Be able to shut down and bully the Kassadin.
Yeah, it's the wombo, it's the combo, it's the bullying that we were talking about. Rutledge was just able to get the root and the instant response from Joby. Now, Rutledge might be in some danger, and yeah, that's a dead Rutledge. Just going to die to Shady Gecko and 4,000 IQ, overstaying just a little bit. Dibble's going to be careful as well, and yeah, recognizes that this 1v1 is always going to favor Solbert.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rough one here. The thing with Dibble is they have to find a way to isolate and be able to get off, that Acathian Rain in one piece. Doesn't have the upgrade to it yet, or the evolution so not nearly as much burst damage. But that's what they have to look for. Isolated Qs in these fights. Joby is now between a rock and a hard place. Dibbles and Nuffy trying to catch up here. Just 4,000 IQ now, left by themselves, and will go down to Dibble. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, more fighting. We're starting to let this game unravel a little bit, and I think that's where CB Rush likes it, right? These very scrappy trade after trade, as opposed to has been very formulaic here earlier on in the game.
Yeah, it felt like it was a masterclass earlier on from this KFC squad. Starting to get a little bit Fiesta-y, but still KFC is in the driver's seat, up about 1,000 gold. Down in Dragons, I will say, but I do think that they feel pretty comfortable, pretty confident. And yeah, the biggest member to look at right now has got to be Solbert. I mean, this is a massive, massive, massive Kog'Maw. And so you have to keep an eye on this member, as we are going to have a pause. It's just impossible to get through a game with us without having to go to pause, huh?
Yeah, I think it was maybe a short pause. It looked like Dibble may have had some confuse. We'll find out here soon enough in there. But it definitely feels like there was a turning point where Nuffies is able to get that shutdown on Solbert that kind of puts them back in the game and puts them back on an okay footing. Because prior to that, it was 4 unanswered kills, 5 unanswered. Everything was not working on the bottom side. It took Gwen coming down to kind of neutral.
Yeah, and that's kind of where this game has started to flip back in CB Rush is, potential favor. They are back in this game. They have an avenue they can win through. I do think that the win cons are pretty obvious for both teams. It's going to be the Kai'Sa and the Gwen versus, at the moment, it's the Jarvan and the Kog'Maw, but eventually, obviously, it will be the Kassadin and the Kog'Maw. So it'll be interesting to see. I will say, as good as Kassadin is late, as strong as Kassadin is, in a straight 1v1, Gwen clears Kassadin. And so you can't exactly just throw Kassadin into any situation and say, all right, go gadget Kassadin and win the fight for us. I do think they still have to play these fights well, but it's gonna have to come down to this play as Joby's flying in to go onto this Kog'Maw.
That is a 2v1 of Gwen and Joby versus Solbert, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like Solbert's chances in that this stop motion picture here.
No flash either. There's no flash on Solbert.
Oh, hey, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Forward. Yeah, Stridebreaker's going to slow him even more, and that's just a pick-up kill. Question is going to be is if 4,000 IQ and Shady Gek can get out. Rutledge is now here to back it up, but here comes the cavalry of CB Rush, and it looks like they're going to take over this control of the Rift.
Yeah, they have control of the Rift Herald area and control of the Rift Herald as well. I will say the first Rift Herald didn't get anything. They dropped it, and it was immediately taken down by Solbert. And so kind of rough right there as we get another pause. I think we're starting to see, though, how this game's going to shape up. If I want to talk about that dive really quick on Solbert, this is the game. This is the name of the game. Solbert, if the Braum isn't right next to him, he has a huge target on his head, and it's just difficult to exist. And so that is kind of how this game is going to be played. Is when Solbert is weak, when Solbert is potentially killable, go on Solbert.
No, absolutely. It's basically like there is no solo world that Solbert gets to live in. He has to hold the hand of Echo. He has to hold the hand of 4,000 IQ. Anytime he wants to cross the street, the man wants to drink water, he should be holding somebody's hand. He wants to CS, he holds somebody's hand. The whole thing about Kog'Maw that we talked about early on in the draft, right, is you have to play a protect comp around him, give him that free and open space to be able to do things. That is a great example of not being in a free and open space to do things. That's the killing fields of the top lane, where Solbert used to live.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It didn't really feel like Solbert had overextended too much, but when you're going against a Nocturne, anywhere is overextending, and so Solbert learned that the hard way. I will say we've talked a lot about Solbert. We haven't really talked about the Kassadin that much. Still scaling, still taking their time. But that's something to keep an eye on, because I think last game, one of the biggest reasons it was a big issue for the side of CB Rush was not solely because of this Tristana, but because of the two-headed monster, because there was two carries to have to worry about. Sure, it's easy to solo focus Solbert when it's only Solbert. What about when Earl King gets online?
No, absolutely. And that's really going to come down to, is like we first talked about, was ending the game before before Earl can get online. But also Earl thus far, I think, has done one thing, and that was die in the mid lane thus far. That's all he's been able to do. I don't know where his CS numbers are at in comparison at the moment. But he hasn't been able to get involved in this game whatsoever. It's just always been on the tail end of things where we tend to see him. So it's hard to say with somebody who's played, I think, 2 games of Cassidy in the regular season, of where his strengths kind of lie on the champion. Because as of right now, what we thought was going to be kind of just all the Solbert show may come to the point where they are going to need him to get back into the game. And who would have guessed it? It's CB Rush, and they're on a neutral objective. They're going to pick up their 3rd Drake of the game.
Yeah, and they have a lead now as well. We've time jumped a little bit. This is 6-0-1. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. And Solbert, who was once, was it 4-0, is 4-3. Solbert has not really found the game that they've wanted. And this has gone from the Solbert show to the Nuffy show. Now suddenly this Gwen is a massive problem to have to deal with. And out of all the members you would not want to have to deal with, I kind of actually do think that Gwen is the least. Because sure, a Fed Dibble, not fun to have to deal with. Kai'Sa's very annoying. A Fed Rutledge, same idea. The poke is annoying. A Fed Nuffies, I just don't know. I mean, Solbert can't damage them. Gwen is immune. And every time you want to throw bodies into the mix, I feel like that's when Gwen is happiest. So KFC starting to sweat a little bit here.
Yeah, somebody may have called the food control board, and they may be getting shut down soon. They don't find a way to stop the lady with the scissors here, as Baron's about to spawn onto the map, and immediately CB Rush looking to gain that control up here, vision on the top side. Rutledge go down some stuff, but oh my god, automatically there goes the call of the Orange Gods, and we're just jumping on Rutledge. Nothing to be said about it. Will go down, and that was a lot invested for the 1 and 2 Lux.
Yeah, but they get control of the Baron pit, and they kind of dissuade anybody of CB Rush for going for anything for quite a while. So talk about that scaling. They continue to scale forward as Earl King and Nuffies are just going to trade out. This is what I'm talking about here. Is hold on a second.
Caddy's stuck inside the baby cage. Going to get the knockback. Is going to fall, though, maybe. Very, very tanky boy, but does eventually lose it there. Another ultimate invested down there on the bottom side. It looks as though as Earl King got away with just about an inch of his life here. Continuing to make plays on both sides of the map. This is like picture perfect, right? Nuffies matches Earl King. Earl King doesn't get to get involved.
Yeah, and Earl King loses that as well. I mean, Earl King barely survived that with maybe 100 HP, and so it's not like, you know, Nuffies just, you know, forced Earl King back because of a war of attrition. It was Nuffies damaged Earl King so much Earl King could no longer fight, and that's a big problem as well for this game. And that's what I was talking about as well. I think with Cassidy, people think it's a one-stop solution to any late games. It's Cassidy wins everything, but it's not entirely true. There are members that scale as well, or, you know, if they scale worse, they still scale great, and they do well just based on skill set, and Gwen is one of those champions. So something to keep an eye on potentially. But I will say, you know, 2 big pickups to find for KFC, you know, finding some life, getting some tempo back.
Yeah, they are slowly but surely finding their way into the game and finding their comfort spot. And, you know, Dibble's still not online yet, may have access to that Q evolution for the Cathian Rain, but still a far cry from a full-fledged Kai'Sa. That'll be that other kind of carry threat as we get into the game here. And it's really just a question of who flips the Baron first right now, because everybody's itching. We're all kind of thinking up there towards the top side, continuing to trade back and forth, and it really becomes a question of who you favor in the straight up 4v4 or 5v5 at the moment. And Nuffies isn't there. I don't feel like CB Rush really wants.
Yeah, I do feel like this is a It's a tough game to play for both of these teams, right? There's members that can really be a thorn in their sides for both teams, and I think you talk about the Gwen, you talk about the Kog'Maw, you also got to talk about the Braum, and we haven't talked about the Braum yet. So I think it's important to mention this Braum could be a huge problem for the side of CB Rush, right? Whenever there's a Braum on the team, it means that the damage isn't getting onto the person that the Braum is in front of, and while that seems simple enough, it is very important that they get damage across, especially poke. And the Braum being able to, negate a final spark or some Gwen snips. I mean, that is a lot of damage that, won't come across. And it will mean that, you've got this Cassin a little bit healthier. You've got this Kog'Maw a little bit healthier. You've got this Jarvan a little bit healthier. And so we haven't talked a lot about this Braum, but I do feel like this Braum could still be a huge issue.
No, completely agree. And right now, as we get back into a blank screen, that has been the big thing that's actually inhibited Dibble's damage so much, right? It was the exhaust of Solbert, but it was also that shield that's just eating a Cathian Reigns, eating his passive. All of his damage is going to be funneled through 4,000 IQ, like you said, and these carries safe as we continue to posture around this mid lane. We got 42 seconds until this next straight comes up. Once again, a soul point for the side of CB Rush, and that's an Ocean Soul. That's a pretty disgusting soul to have on the likes of Alistar and Gwen.
Yeah, I think also, as we look at this, Joby 0-3, so not great for the Nocturne, especially early game. Just is going to be kind of a non-factor as this game continues. And that's a big problem, right? Because you kind of hope that this Nocturne does a lot of damage, is able to get into the back line, one-shot somebody, but if they're not able to do so, that could be a huge problem.
Yeah, but hey, the one upside is he always has kind of that cloud coverage, right? Anytime you're around an objective, if they don't have closeness, able to put down the paranoia and just stifle any view into what's actually going on. As it looks like they're going to try to go on to Nuffies here, about half HP. 3 ultimates invested so far. The Spinal Spark's coming across. We've got some low members on the re-engage. Caddy goes in. Shitty Gecko's the first one to fall as they try to continue forward. Earl Grey continuing to look as we're just going back and forth. Whoa. So far, Solbert not able to get down any of the full damage, but IBM is slowly getting burned down. 1 HP, gonna hit the W? No, he's gonna miss. And Dibble just gets exploded by Earl King with the Rift Walk. My God, he went boom.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive fight right there from Dibble as well. Does end up dying at the end of it. Huge trade to find from Earl King. But that goes to show, even if you do kill the Gwen, it is not all honky-dory.
Oh my God. I told you, Solbert, you're not allowed to cross the road without a friend. Don't do it. And he gets taken down from one of the Rutledge combos. And that is the soul to the side of CB Rush.
Yeah, but as I was saying before, Solbert got exploded. Even if you kill this Gwen, it's not all hunky dory. Dibble is a huge problem as well on this Kai'Sa. Has scaled up at this point, and dealing with the Kai'Sa is going to be difficult. So this should be a good game. CBR Rush, though, I mean, getting that soul is massive because not only is that a soul that is an Ocean Soul, not the best soul in the game, but damn near one of the better ones. It's not going to be easy for KFC at this point.
It's definitely a top 3 soul. That's for sure here. Now it is the side of KFC looking to get this vision control around the Baron. Seeing the wombos, we've seen the combos. We're starting to see the ornaments coming out here very shortly. Important to note, no mythic item on the side of Solbert yet. He's not going to get that love here. Have to finish up that rage. Be pressure down here on the bottom side. No access to TP. Either one of these solo down to the bottom. Look to start heating up around the top side.
Yeah, and there's a Baron being taken right now. See where they decide to go with it.
Yeah, I definitely want to see up here. Is it just going to push him off? Good paranoia just to make him reset here. Nothing too hard invested. No call of the Forge Guards up here on the top side. One of the engage down in the bot lane. Nuffies It's gonna go to work on the tower.
Yeah, I will say, you know, it's great for Nuffies. The reason that they feel so confident doing this in the bot side is because there's no teleport on Nuffies, and they know that they kind of need the Gwen. Hold on, though.
Oh, he tries to go in. 4,000 IQ going to utilize that ultimate, but the final spark is going to come across nonetheless. Patty, first one to go down to Solbert here, but 4,000 IQ might trade his life back. Dibbles, though, has been silenced, been stunned up. He's going to be able to try to kite back and use that killer instinct to get out towards Shady Gecko. Earl King continues to use these rift walks, and it looks as though we're just going to keep on pushing the bot side. This is Nuffy saying, you did not die in vain. I'm going to take this tier 3. I'm going to take this inhibitor. There's not a damn thing that KFC can do about it.
Yeah, IBM is stuck on an island. I mean, this is unfortunate, but there's really nothing IBM can do right there. Can't stop Nuffies. Even with the call of the Forge God, Gwen is immune, so has to just watch as an inhibitor is taken, and I think that's a very good trade for CB Rush. I think they're pretty happy about that. Yeah, sure, they do lose some members. It's not the most even of fights, but they're able to get an inhibitor on the back end of it, and so they still come out on top.
Yeah, stop it, run it, like stop it, hate it, run from it. I don't know the quote, but at the end of the day, like right now, Nuffies is Thanos in the side lane, taking towers, taking inhibitors, and just generally just trying to 1v9 this game, essentially saying like the 4 just need to slowly die. So we're gonna once again, oh, this time we're sending it. We are sending it on the Nocturne, and just as he lived, he may also die, as he will be the first to fall. But Gwen gets one down. Looks like we're trying to go for a second, but no, Caddy out well, and that's a full-fledged ace. I mean, that was a meat grinder there, right outside of KFC's jungle, and they get to reap the rewards.
Yeah, I don't really understand that one, if I'm being honest. Joby going in starts the fight, sure, and they're able to kill Solbert and 4,000 IQ, but I just, you don't really have the damage. Sure, you have the Gwen damage, but you don't have the Kai'Sa damage, and so Kai'Sa didn't ult in behind to go along with them. Kai'Sa wasn't in the fight, and just got solo killed in the backline by Earl King, and Earl King's gonna take those every day of the week. Just eats those for dinner and lunch. I will say minions did do some good damage on the Nexus turret, but that's a massive fight win there from KFC, because all of that Nexus damage, all of that push that, you know, CBR had acquired is going to be gone for the next couple of minutes with that Baron rush. And so now they're on the back foot. Now they have to figure out, you know, what can we give, what can we take. They're going to have to clear waves. They gave up an ace as well, and so CB Rush, maybe not the best play right there. You're going to lose a lot for it. This game is going to continue to go on.
Hey, listen, you know, at least they did it mostly together. I'll give them points for that. I'm definitely interested. Now it's Caddy who needs to be careful. My God, Mr. Earl Grey. Gonna pop the ultimate. I don't know if that's gonna do much, as now Joby's coming around, gonna get the knockback. They're defending this tier 2 in the mid lane. That's a pretty important number to use, but I mean, look up in the top lane. It's still Thanos. It doesn't matter about the ace. Doesn't matter about the Baron buff. He's continuing to just shove and take off some of this pressure. As now you can see him peeling off, trying to come up to top lane. I don't think I favor that 1v2 if I'm the side of KFC, if it's just Gecko and IBM.
Yeah, it teleports back down to make sure they don't die. Uh-oh, Dibble.
Dibble be popped. Dibble be gone here as the paranoia.
Damned.
Dibble be damned indeed. And now it's looking like the tier 2. This time Gwen is with them. The question is, can they do anything off of this? Going to invest the final spark, but now it's a little bit of a messy fight. 4,000 IQ has gone down. The flag and drag into Cataclysm, looking to do more. Caddy's going to knock away Earl Grey, trying to rift walk back forward, and now it's time to run for the hills. Nuffy's a little bit below half health. Rutledge trying to do something, but that's 2 shutdowns over to Earl King. That's 3 kills over to Earl King, and that may be sending us to game 5.
I think we're hearing Silver Scrapes right here. You can't let them scale up. You can't let this go late. CB Rush makes the cardinal sin. And they let the Kassadin scale. Earl King, just too difficult, too strong. Scaled up to be an absolute menace. And the rest of the team just filed in beside him. And yeah, sure, Dibble's alive, but what really can this Kai'Sa do? Baron waves. JD Gecko hopping on top of him.
Try to get some damage down. He's been silenced, he's been shunned, but he's been done here as we are going to game number 5. The reverse sweep is happening. I'm
at a loss for words. The reverse sweep is still in the cards, and I'm at a loss for words right now. CB Rush were in prime position this game. They were in a great driver's seat, but we talked about it, the scaling element, and we're going to game 5, baby.
Yeah, I'm whelmed by this last game. It felt like we had the Infinity Gauntlet in the top lane of Nuffies, and we just kind of went away here. As I said, Castle win. Earl King has done his thing here and has shown a very competent mid lane. Now 2 games ago, but at the very least, I won a lot of on the channel games, so I'll take that as little victory.
Well, it's a huge victory for KFC. It's a massive victory for KFC. And this sends it to a Silver Scrapes. And we go to the full series, the full game 5. If you're CB Rush, you're sweating bullets. You had the series, what felt like, in the bag. You were confident. You were playing with ease. You just needed to win 1 of 3. And now you have to win 1 of 1. No more slip-ups, no more mistakes. You need to draft well, need to play even better. If you're KFC, the momentum is fully in your stride. You cannot let off the gas pedal because this CB Rush team is good. This is a good CB Rush team. And so both of these teams, I mean, this is their playoff hopes. This is everything on the line here to go to the grand finals.
Now, absolutely. The question becomes, my last thing of all of this, talked about adaptation, talked about what they need to do in order to be successful. Are we going to get a side switch at any point, or is KFC literally going to get 5 games of blue side all night? Oh, so I think I've just been told by the man up above that there's no side switch. Why do they do this to me? Like, shame something about your environment, but no, instead, we're going to continue to have the same thing. KFC on blue side, CB Rush on red. I mean, I'm out of points. I'm out of thoughts. We've seen it all from the Crazy Train to the Scaling Calm to the Tristana, Giga Chad. All of these things have happened, and it all comes down to like who has the wherewithal, right? At this point, it's all mental. Who can accomplish the Game 5 win? Yeah,
no, it comes down to it just comes down to the mental fortitude from both of these teams. Oh, it should be a good one. We got to send it to a break, though, so we can really, let everybody breathe and, ourselves breathe.
Yeah, so we can finally get into the will to live.
I know, exactly.
For game number 5. So everybody else, take your time, find your happy place, find the will to live, and we'll see you after a break. It really, for sure, not a joke, all comes down to this. At game number 5, KFC have clawed their way back from a 0-2 start to now being within 1 game of victory. It was a best of 5, but now it's a best of 1. The sides remain the same, the players remain the same, but maybe the outcome will remain.
Yeah, I don't want to pat myself on the back too hard, but the first thing I said when we started this cast, what was it, 4 hours ago? I said, this one feels like it's going to go to 5. And 4 hours later, we're in game 5. So if you are a huge fan of long series and you don't have to work 8 hours like I do, you're probably thrilled. I will concede that even with, work looming, I start working 2 hours. I do love these long series. It is fun to watch. Peak League of Legends, both of these teams slugging it out, and seeing the different adaptations that they bring to the table, the bans, the picks. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see here for game number 5 what's gonna stick on through. The Ziggs has been permabanned. The Belveth haunted them and will continue to not haunt their dreams. And same thing with Tristana. We're just running back bans thus far. We're gonna have to see, does the Kog'Maw get put up on the board?
Yeah, I think that I would not put the Kog'Maw on the board or the Kassadin. I think that you would just have to you would have to draft earlier, if that makes sense. They kind of half-weighed it with the Kai'Sa, and while Dibble was a huge problem late, it did feel like a lot of those fights earlier on, maybe could have been won by an Ashe, maybe could have been won by a Lucian. And so I do think that those weren't the problems. The problem was, execution and other things. So it is going to be the Jarvan picked up. Currently has a 50% win rate in this series, and an early slam of an Ezreal Braum. I feel like the synergy between Ezreal Braum is weak, but if you don't want to talk about a weak side, a strong weak side, there you go. Ezreal Braum, one of the strongest weak sides.
Yeah, Ezreal Braum, especially great. And I will say Ezreal does not get enough credit for actually working pretty well with the Braum because of the Q auto. Q auto sure. E. There's a few ways to stack it up rather quickly, and with a lot of people favoring PTA or Conqueror, PTA does give a pretty great kind of early game here, as we are going to go back to the same well of the Kog'Maw, this time not having the Braum, and the Braum was, I would say, at least 65 to 72% of the reason that Silver got off to a great start. Those are really random.
was about to say 72%. It's an interesting percentage number. Yeah, I don't love the Thresh pick here. I think that while Thresh does have the ability with lanterns and such to keep this Kog'Maw safe, it's not a Braum, and I think Braum and Lulu are really the two S+ tier supports to pair alongside Kog'Maw. Thresh is maybe an A or a B, but it's not nearly as far up there, and it's just, I don't know, I don't love it as much as I loved the Braum Kog'Maw, so we'll have to see, when it comes down to the game itself. And then this Yone pickup is really interesting to me, because, normally in that expected spot, you'd see a jungle ban, right? You'd expect, or a jungle pick. You'd expect to see a jungler. Maokai was left open for the first time in a long time. So could have potentially went there. They're gonna go Yone, and the interesting thing about Yone is I feel like it's pretty evenly split top and mid, and so maybe that's why it places doubt in the eyes of KFC.
No, I absolutely agree. Very, very good flex pick here, picked up from the side of CB Rush in the first round. In the second round of bans, there's the changeup of the Nocturne being thrown in. Although Jovi was not as successful on it in Game 4 as he was in Game 2, it's still that Paranoia able to do a lot in terms of just terrain control and vision around the map. And they're also saying, we're not buying that Rutledge plays Yone. I mean, who plays Lux and Yone, right? Like, that's
true.
A bit out there. But we're going to have to see, as they are going to have to more than likely just pick their jungle here on our.
Ooh, that would be an interesting iteration, and not one that I hate either. I do not hate the Hecarim. I don't think it is, just by technical meta standpoint, like the top of the meta for junglers, but it's always kind of hanging around, and it does do good damage. It's annoying to have to deal with. Great CC. I don't hate the Hecarim pick at all.
Yeah, Hecarim is always one of those champions that could do really great things, and it does kind of fit into what feels like the style of Jovi thus far, and that is, let's play these hyper farming champions that get to level 6, and when you press your buttons, good things happen. The Udyr, the Hecarim, as well as the Nocturne, as we're going to get the Orianna possibly as the blind pick locked in here for the mid lane. And now just one more, the final pick that KFC will make in the semifinals match.
Renekton's not a bad shout. I will say Rumble's not banned, and so you do, run into the potential danger of going into a Rumble. There's also no AP on CBR, so I feel like if you pick Renekton, this is an instant Rumble. Yeah, just slam Rumble here. This is the easiest Rumble slam of your life. I mean, personally, if I was a coach, that's what I would say. We'll see if CBR wants to do that. They've shown, that they can play Rumble. I would love to see the Rumble here. I'm like starting to get a little nervous, because this should be a big Rumble slam. If they don't slam Rumble, then they have to be concerned about, Jarvan just building, and Thresh just building straight armor, and not having any AP. Please don't go back. Oh, okay, all right. I don't like that pick, Rektor.
No, that's an R5 champion, all right. That's the champion of all time that was picked.
Yeah,
I feel much more whelmed about CB Rush with the Malphite than I did with the idea of, like you said, a Rumble, or even if there wasn't a proclivity of playing. Yeah, I just didn't think that Yone was really going mid. Honestly, I looking at Rutledge's pool, the only AD champion I've seen him play is Neferi, and other than that was one game. I'll be very interested to see how this goes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Mordekaiser would have been fine. If you're talking about mid lane, I think Yone and a Renekton's not great for Yone, but it's okay. I don't know. We'll have to see. I've seen crazier things happen, and who knows. But if I'm KFC, the first thing that I'm saying is, just slam armor. They don't have any AP. There's no AP on this CBR squad, and so Thresh is going to slam armor like Thresh normally does, to be honest. Jarvan's going to slam armor. Renekton's going to build armor as well. I'm slightly concerned that you're not going to be able to get onto the Orianna and the Kog'Maw, And that's going to be a huge issue because Orianna, very meta right now. Kog'Maw, a huge hyperscaler. I feel like KFC might pull off the reverse sweep. I mean, this is just on paper, but on paper.
Big statement here from Bo5.
Yeah.
Here's something a very famous caster once said to the world. His name was Captain. He said, as long as a Malphite player hits level 6 and has his keyboard plugged in, he will make an impact. And there's something, there's just something about that ultimate that says, screw your carries, screw your game plan. So from that perspective, I gotta admit, Malphite will be pressing R at some point in this game, and it will do things. But a lot of emphasis being put on Hecarim's back, a lot of emphasis being put on Ezreal's back, because we just don't know how this Yone is going to go. And that's a little odd to me because I just don't have a good read on what this champion's actually going to.
Yeah, I will say I think that CBR has a really good wombo, with the Hecarim, a Malphite, and a Yone. It's a good ult combo, if you can group people up, it's a strong ult combo. But KFC's not, no slackers either. Jarvan, Orianna, pretty strong ult combo themselves. So be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see both of these teams throwing another wrench in the socket for this final game, the last game of one of this team's series season.
I really just thought of you saying that they were putting a fork in the socket, No. I was like, that's the point. Just as a reminder, everybody, don't do that. Don't put your fork in the socket while we're gonna take this short break to get through the spectator delay and watch the very last game of this series. 2 teams enter, 1 team leaves. We'll talk to you in a minute.
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
This is where I would usually break out into song about it being the final countdown, but the countdown is over. We are on the Rift, and this is the do or die moment as we find out we were right. Rutledge doesn't play Yone, Nuffies does, but it looks as though they're going to do a little bit of a lane swap-a-rooski here, with Rutledge going up into the top lane to be the weak side warrior against IBM.
Crazy. I will ask our producer if they could switch the icons to make it a little easier on us. And yeah, let's go. All right, now it's easier for everybody to see. So yeah, switching things up a little bit. You got to throw a little bit of curveball. I'm actually always a huge fan. I've always believed that when you go to a game 5, everyone is so mentally exhausted. We're exhausted. People watching this are exhausted. The players are exhausted. And you got to throw some weird picks in there, you know, some strange strategies early on in game in there. Just try to throw the enemy team off their A game, because after playing 5 straight hours of high intensity League of Legends, you just start to lose your mind a little bit, and occasionally you can catch the other team slipping. One of the best, instances I can think of was Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, summer 2021, I believe, finals. And went to game 5, and Cloud9 threw Fudge on Scion in the bot lane to steal blue buff and then die, and just to ruin the tempo of the game, and it got them the win. So sometimes you got to throw some weird stuff out there.
Yeah, that's a really good play where he started with the Ruby Pistol, took 2 of the camps, and they stole the top side. So, perma sad for the enemy jungler. I loved it. nothing that crazy going to be going on in this game with that lane swap aside here. One of the beauties of Nuffy's on this Yone into the Orianna, while it may be melee, has that Q3, has that Soul Unbound that allows him to kind of push forward, get some of those trades and close the distance here, as well as that W. As you see, already doing some work to provide shielding and healing along the way. So should do pretty well there. But the name of the game for Joby is once again, how much can the hungry hippo eat? How much can we farm up here in the early?
Yeah, that is 100% the name of the game. And for IBM, on this Renekton, you've been gifted a carry and a tank matchup. We haven't really seen that much. And when we did see it, it was IBM on the tank, and it was Nuffy's on the carry. So this is, I think, IBM's first opportunity to really eat and feast a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if they can do so, or if this Malphite will be fine. Right now, Rutledge doing okay.
Yeah. Hey, that's like we said, the beauty of Malphite. You don't have to do much. But Joby's going to come up top side, see if he can get himself something. He's going to get the knockback. He has got down that W, and that's going to be an easy first blood for the Malphite, baby. Rock Gaming.
Yeah, I like the flash Q right there, right? Rutledge, either you get the kill with it or you slow with it. It does damage. I mean, it's great vision right there of where it's going to come, where the damage is going to come across, and massive to get the kill. Kind of not great that it is on this Malphite, but you're going to take the kill no matter what. And for the first time in a while, CBR has an early game lead on KFC.
Yep, they do have that early game lead as Rutledge is backing up, but the Flagging Dragon's going to come through. Still have a flash available, but they're not going to need it. IBM picks up that kill in response. So now it is a 1-for-1 up there on the top side, and things are back to normal, right? Malphite should be winning lane to the Renekton. That's not normal.
Yeah, this is back to the standard that I think we were expecting, but it's still good that it was a first blood for this Malphite. But no, it's fantastic for this Renekton that they keep up in the lane, keep doing well, and for Rutledge, they're just gonna have to walk themselves back. But they do have a Bramble Fest, so things are gonna get a little bit easier.
We love it. You know what they say, rocks don't bleed. He can go down 30 CS, he can do whatever he needs to do, but as long as he stays in the XP range, he's going to constantly have some sort of usefulness as the game continues on with that ultimate ability. And down on the bot side, it's exactly what we expect. Dibbles is just going to play safe, continue to scale up, took that coal from the start, as well as his cookies. It basically exists in lane.
Yeah, I will say this is another reason that this Malphite is very confusing to me. Because you've got, an Ezreal Braum lane. You're never really going to be looking for kill pressure down there. And then you've got a Malphite top, which, again, yeah, you got the kill, but it was towards a Malphite, so it's not really so game-changing. Like, where is Joby going to gank? I guess solely mid, but... at a certain point, there's going to be vision, and it's not going to be as easy to do so. So I think this Malphite, that's another reason why it's a little confusing, because you're double weak-sided, which is kind of strange.
Definitely strange, as Joby's now going to come in to the mid lane. Not level 6 from either of them yet, but Earl King does have it. The first streak of the game will fall to KFC. And it's like you said, very interesting side lanes here of where's Joby able to go. And I think you only, like you said, get to go top when you have this advantage where he's pushed up. He's going to use the Dominus, try to get some damage down. Rutledge might be going to the grave once again, as he will with that flash forward from IBM. And IBM will get the double kill. Ladies and gentlemen, this has gone awry. The Rock is bleeding.
Yeah, that is a disaster for CBR. Felt like they had a pretty good early game, with this Malphite, but they ended up going too far right there. And yeah, a Dominus on IBM will cause your demise. Just unfortunate right there if you are for CBR. And that's the thing, right? Rutledge wasn't, level 6. Joby wasn't level 6. Dominus just provided to be too much. It's a double kill for this Renekton. This is a massive IBM now. And this is a difficult position.
Oh, the Fate Seal's going to miss, but we're going to get back onto it. The knockback does hit. Going to have to go back from the soul bound. Down on the bot side, 4,000 IQs kind of pushed forward. The ignite is down on Caddy. A couple more auto attacks should do it well, but he is now out of the effective range as we have fights going off everywhere. And that fate sealed is going to be so important from Nuffies, as we saw him miss it. A little bit more damage going down on Dibble, but he'll be just fine. That's so important to be able to get anything done on Earl King. Got to be able to get the CC knock-up chain. Still level 5 for Joby.
Yeah, Earl King is able to survive right there. Had to burn Flash, but at the end of the day, didn't give any gold over. And CB Rush just does not look like the team they were in the first 2 games. The confident team, the team that even when they fell, knew that they would rise back up. Not really playing with that same prestige, that same level of confidence. Right now, down to 1.4K. And they're not in a good position either. I mean, it's difficult with this composition. The other issue with this composition is their damage is just in weird places, right? You've got the Ezreal for poke, and can do good damage if provided, an opportunity to, but it's not as consistent as a Caitlyn or a Jinx or a Zarya or something else like that. And you've got the Yone, but it's good side lane, kind of good team fight. This CBR comp, the more you look at it, the worse it seems, and it doesn't help that there's a 3-in-1 Renekton that's going to tank up a ton of damage, and so they're going to have to figure out how in the hell they're going to kill this hyper threat in the top side.
Yeah, it takes a bit of a heavy trade there from IBM. In the process, it feels like this is the well we're going to try to go back to. Maybe at level 6, maybe with the Onslaught of Shadows, you might be able to do something different here, as Rutledge is just trying to take what he can and kind of be irksome to him. But at the same time, that is going to be the Rift Herald picked up from KFC, 2 for 0 on these neutral objectives right now. And you got to think that that's probably just going to go top lane. Why not snowball the snowballing, not allow this Malphite to have an easy lane? Ooh, ultimate's going to come through, but that's the Fate Seal in response, as well as Caddy's ultimate throw on top of it, and that is a kill for Nuffies, and that's what we need to do to get back into this game.
Yeah, no, it's a massive kill to find, because not only is it a kill, it is a kill on the right member. Nuffies needs that gold, and so it is huge that they're able to get some gold into Nuffies' pockets. I think Earl King, a little bit of a misplay right there. You're never going to find the kill there with your ultimate, and the instant response from Nuffies was to ult. Caddy was there beside them, and ended up being a kill given over to Nuffies. So finally, one of these carries, for the side of CBR has some kill gold in their pocket. I think also Dibble, 83 CS, doing pretty good in that regard. And right now they're just waiting by the dragon. 45 seconds still at spawns.
Still got a bit of time. Dibble is sitting on the elements of that Triforce here. Not quite there just yet. Hopefully trying to get that. Oh, he's coming to the lane, so no, he won't get to that before this Drake. Nuffies continues to try to get this mid-priority shift over, but it's going to be 4,000 IQ coming in with the Flay, but the Q3 allows him to get on the other side, get away from Real King, who's the real damage threat here. Now Joby is around, has the Onslaught of Shadows available. Earl King has to be careful, doesn't have the flash available, and oh my goodness, he just went in and just kind of died, and now they're going to invest the Cataclysm. Immediate flash out there for Nuffy. And once again, it just feels like Joby is on a different wavelength.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a disastrous game right now from Joby. It's tough to see as I breed men. I said it. I went 5 hours without saying it. IBM, excuse me. Might be in trouble, but also might be the trouble dealer.
Yeah, that was a little bit back and forth here, as now it looks like Caddy's going to be the next one to fall in the mid lane. We got another kill going, and it's now starting to open up here. 2K gold differential. Flag and drag comes, but it gets buffered just a bit from... It's a rough one right now. Like you said, it feels like the heart and soul of CB Rush is kind of left the building here, as we will have a slight little delay of a pause here. Not sure what's going on as the G's across the chat.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this while we were waiting for the game to start. We feel like our energy is at an all-time low, right? It's hard to casting for 4.5 hours, keep that same energy, keep that same excitement. You know, we both have, you know, we're hungry, want to shower, whatnot. It feels like it's the same for these players.
Oh, hey, and the game's back online, by the way. So that just flung in front of our face here. So Nuffy's looked to try to get that solo kill, but did not turn out in the process, able to get some good damage down.
Hold on. They might have found Solbert here. Looks like they have. Oh, 4,000 IQ though. Yeah.
There at the perfect amount of time. Joby actually didn't go directly onto Solbert there just to make sure that he wasn't actually moving damage himself. But I mean, they still have options, right? Like still in theory, question mark, like Dibble's going to come online, has always been that kind of guy who, as an ADC, has found like their niche in the team fight and able to get down effective damage. So with that Triforce, it continue to be more and more, but they kind of have to make it to that point. And right now, 4-1 Renekton makes it hard to play the game out.
Yeah, 4-1 Renekton, 2-1 Orianna. Rutledge, yeah, has 2 kills, but you really want the kills on Rutledge? I feel like you'd rather have them on somebody else. It's just the way that things have gone. And these map rotations have been strange as well. I feel like IBM and Rutledge have been mid more than they've been top. But I do feel like IBM, when they have been top, the rotations have been fantastic because up in CS, up in Tower Gold, I mean, it's taken 3 tower plays from the top side. Rutledge has just constantly been trying to help out in other areas, and it's costing him.
Yeah, it's really hard to be the weak side warrior when your lane opponent is leaving you constantly, right? Trying to find that line between being a nuisance and being not there at all. So gonna get down that queue, but not gonna lead to much more, as just kind of waiting around once again. It looks like KFC is the one in the driver's seat, the one to make decisions, while CB Rush just kind of been.
Yeah, and it's tough to watch, right? Because sometimes you have game 5s where it's a big blowout, you do everything you can and you just barely lose, but CB Rush is just, I mean, they look lifeless right now. They look like they had already spent all of their best League of Legends in the first couple of games. And I was talking about that moral, you know, that mental fortitude and, you know, that mental edge, you know, the first 2 games, right? When KFC had fallen behind, I said they are in a dangerous position to lose that mental warfare and to just, you know, give up basically. And they held strong, they kept it together, and, you know, credit goes over to them. Right now, CBR look like they've just lost that mental edge. I mean, they don't look like the same team we've seen. They're making silly mistakes, and across the map, it just doesn't feel like you said, they are the ones, you know, pushing the tempo, making the plays happen. It feels like they are at the will of KFC and what KFC wants to do. And they're just kind of letting it all happen to them, and hasn't worked out well for them.
Yeah, and up on the top side, we see Shady Gecko going in for another gank, but it looks as though walk it out. Is now down here on the bot side. Joby once again has gone in and lost the majority of his health. He will fall, but not before Dibble's able to get the first kill for his side. That is just a 1-for-1 trade. And as of right now, hey, that's not a bad thing to be having.
Yeah, look, it's gold back in the pockets of the right people. Dibble's able to get a kill. They're able to get some damage on this bot turret. If they'd be able to finish this right now, that would be huge because it would be first turret bonus. All right, take that back. Actually, mid turret had already fallen, so still would be good because there's an objective bounty on it, and it looks like Dibble will be able to get it. And so signs of life for CBR. You know, Joby trying to make something happen in the bot lane, and indeed was able to do so. So important work right there. On the top side, it is going to continue to be IBM. Slowly whittling down Rutledge. Should never be able to kill Rutledge for the rest of the game just because, you know, Malphite moment. But same goes on the other side of things. Both of these top laners just kind of at an impasse with each other. And, you know, as much as Rutledge can't die, very much can lose his turret, and indeed he does.
Absolutely the case. Have some items complete across the board here. That Luden's Tempest, as well as the Gore Drinker, finished on the side of KFC as they look to start up this Drake. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, got the Kraken Slayer, got the Trinity Force going here for CB Rush. And they do have a bit of a waiting game. They do have a bit of, we need to scale to a certain degree. You can already see the itemization coming out. Solbert is going to need to. Oh man,
no.
The ultimate misses though. Soul Unbound has to go back and they have to reset. 2k health on the dragon. Dibble up here on the top side isn't going to be able to get the crab either. Looks like a Drake just going side of AFC. Now Dibble's going to have to be careful. He's going to get stunned up. Joby trying to run some interference as Shady Gecko is going to come in, look for the flag and drag. Not just yet. Going to burn out the TP from Yone. More and more resources being lost on this play, even though there's been no kill.
Yeah, and then that's what I was talking about, right? Like they show up late to the fights, they miss an ultimate, and they all just kind of slink back away, almost lose their bot lane or have to expend a teleport just to keep them alive. I mean, these are big cooldowns, big fighting mechanics, potential things that could change the course of the game that they're just not getting as much use out of that as, I'm sure they'd like to. And again, it feels like KFC are just doing more with less. They're able to not have to burn, the teleport of IBM or Earl King. Meanwhile, Rutledge and Nuffy's both burning teleport. They get the objective without having to really take a fight. They force Dibble to flash. Like, these are important things that are going to matter because it doesn't really feel like CBR can fight anytime soon.
Ooh, Nuffy.
There's an ultimate down.
That's going to be the second charge going off there, and that's about all they're going to get so far. The number 2 seed coming into this, KFC, has continued to show the wherewithal in why they should be the number 2 seed. As that hook's going to hit, but the shield's going to tank up a ton of damage. Earl King will take a tower shot for his troubles, but the tier 2 still falls out. 2 minutes until the Baron gets online, and you got to think with how the game's been going, KFC is going to be looking towards that on spawn.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about as well, right? Like, Nuffy's has to burn the ultimate just to get out. They end up losing the bot turret. They can't get enough members down there quick enough, so they end up getting a second charge taken on their bot turret, their inhibitor, or their second turret, and then the Rift Herald dies, and there's still enough KFC members that they just take it, right in their face. And look, some of it comes down to smart League of Legends. Some of it comes down to confidence as well, right? CBR, I feel like, are just kind of afraid to push that go button. They don't feel confident enough. I mean, when was the last time we've seen them take a fight? Rutledge, used the ultimate, ended up missing Solbert a couple minutes ago, and that was the last time we've really seen any life out of them in quite a while. And they have a composition to do so, and they just haven't done anything in quite a while, and they've just let KFC do what they want around the map. It's not really what you want to see, but maybe with some item spikes, maybe with some gold, they'll feel more confident. We can see our first 5v5.
Yeah, 5k gold differential currently to the side of KFC, and that means that they've got a long road to go. 2 items complete now for Dibble, but that's like the strong point on the team at the moment is Kaelian Ezreal still doesn't have the full-blown Manamune just yet, and really hasn't been able to meaningfully engage into a team fight just yet. Like we talked about here, 5 seconds on the Baron, 2 minutes on the Drake, and that's going to be a hook on the Dibble that could mean his life as that Bork procs slow him down, but not too much more chasing bad.
Yeah, I mean, they got Dibble's heal, so it's a net positive for KFC. Again, another, KFC finds a pick potentially, and CBR has to burn something to ensure that they don't die. And so they continue to, assert their will over the map. And that didn't even really cost KFC nothing. They get a hook, and immediately, it's a heal out of Dibble, and, has to just try to stay alive there. So KFC continue to make things happen across the map, continue to just get this vision control. I mean, there's just not much vision for CBR just across the map. It's the halfway line of their own jungle, and then there's nothing, right? They don't have any vision of either of these rivers. And so it's difficult for them to, to want to walk into anything because they barely know what their own jungle looks like. They're too concerned about that. They've lost mid turret. They've lost both bot turrets. They've lost top turret, down 4 turrets to 1. I think that's a tough game for CBR right now. And this is not the CB rush we saw in the first 2 games either. This is a shell of the form themselves right now.
Hey, but kind of the semi-okay news here is that 5k gold lead, I'd stayed about 5k. I don't want to say they've stabilized by any means, but they haven't lost more in the past few minutes. It is the soul point going to be up here soon. And frankly, you know, it is Cloud Soul. Is that the greatest thing to give up a soul? No, but at the same time, it's not the worst thing either, because they obviously don't have the combat power right now as a team to kind of fight this out. But nonetheless, hey, they're walking into the river strong and proud. The soul unbound, gonna get some damage down on the 4,000 IQ before the snapback happens. And now we're in a position with the TP being burned. IBM in the mix now. It's a full 5v5. Have to see, nobody's touching the dragon just yet. Control ward in the pit for the side of CBR. We're looking to do something. Up top, we can see IBM on the flank, looking to find his way to slice and dice into the backline. Nobody's super aware of him just yet, but they're about to find him now. Flying Dragon's gonna go through, and Joby is just stuck. He's gonna have to use Onslaught of Shadows to get out. And so far, it looks like they're peeling back towards his backline pretty well. Nuffies is gonna get a kill. Dibbles still untouched, but IBM is taking so much to kill. He's still alive, but he will eventually fall. And now it's Nuffies who's needing to run away. The two carries, as well as the support, still alive. That'll be another kill for the side of KFC. Dibbles trying to juke, jock, and jive, but it's not going to be enough. The flash forward is going to mean he gets a kill, traded back by the tower, and that's the best fight we've gotten out of CBR, but it still wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I mean, signs of life, right? They're not dead yet. No need for the defibrillator. And they're able to get some kills on important members as well. And so that's a huge fight for them to, you know, even not win, but be competitive in. And yeah, even though they did lose statistically on that fight, at this point in the game, you take those. And I think a couple more things go right for them. Sure, they could have won that fight. And so we're starting to see that, you know, maybe this comp does have its upsides. Maybe there's a world where this comp does make something happen. They're teleporting in. They want to fight for this dragon. But we might have another 5v5 already.
Yeah, we're about to get another one in the mix, but now it is side of KFC. It's going to be on the top side, looking to clear out this pit. A lot of these key ultimates not online just yet. The onslaught of shadows coming back up. See the cataclysm. All these things starting to come back online, trying to play around these. Shady Gecko stepping a little bit forward, but it's going to be the hook on the Rutledge and the flag and drag onto the back line. But that stun going off may be good things for the side. Watch Dibbles as he continues to be able to get kills down. That's 1 for 1 thus far. Stunned up, Nuffies moves out of the way and we get a small reset. A little bit worse for wear on the side of CB Rush. There's no smite for the side of KFC. Caddy tries his best, but his best is just not enough right now. Dibble trying to continue. Got him on vision. He's known. Hook's not gonna find him this time. Down to 2k health. Joby still can't go in. Getting burned out here. It looks like it's just the soul going to the side of KFC.
Man, a long fight, a war of attrition right there. Both teams recognizing it could be potentially their season on the line. They give it all. They give everything, but KFC just has more in the tank, and they get themselves the soul. The one good thing, not the most important soul in the world. Well, it's, I believe, the 4th Cloud Soul of this series. Kind of crazy. So it's not the most important Cloud Soul, but I will say it's almost better that they were able to deny it, because Joby with Cloud Soul would have been a nightmare to have to deal with. But, you know, getting Cloud Soul on IBM, you know, is kind of big, I suppose. On Solbert, it's kind of big, I suppose. As a whole, it's not fantastic, but it's still stats. It's still, you know, a soul, and it still sets them up in a good position.
Oh man, Earl King's just gonna run up right into their own house and take that kill. Joby kind of caught unaware here, down to a 3rd health already, and Earl King is not stopping. My goodness, ultimate invested to try to keep the jungler alive, and that looked a little bit like an AFK gaming moment, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I just think probably wasn't expecting Earl King to take that route, and to be honest, who would? You know, I mean, it's a very strange route to take. It's going to cost them the Baron. It's tough too, because they had just shown signs of life. You know, they had just shown that they could fight over dragons, that there was a potential way for them back into this game. Then they give up a kill, they give up the soul, and they give up the Baron. And I mean, as quickly as it was here, as quickly as they saw a way back into it, it is gone. It feels like they've just been drained of all their life once again. It's Cold lead 9,000. It's going to be a very, very large uphill battle at this point.
Indeed, it is a very large uphill battle. It's been an uphill battle for KFC. It's coming back from that 0-2 start, now standing on the precipice of the grand finals. Just a few towers and Nexus away from punching their ticket. And honestly, right now, Dibble's the only one on 3 items for his team. Everybody else kind of sitting on pieces. Not even 2 items on Nuffy's yet. Nuffy's, who was the Thanos of the side lane this last game, made the role swap, lane swap towards mid on this Yone. It's not carrying water just yet. They're going to try to take down IBM up here on the top side. A lot of damage coming down, but not enough yet. Maybe save the tower and invest the ultimate. He's going to use the slash, but it's not enough. Nuffy's is going to be able to pick up the kill, but in the meanwhile, the tier 3 going down in the mid lane, trying to get this recall off from the Malphite on the top side to reinforce the team, to be able to get the inhibitor, rotate on out. So 1 top laner for an inhibitor. That's a trade I think will take most days.
Yeah, I think CB Rush are probably pretty happy about that. It took them forever to kill IBM. I mean, this Croc is unkillable practically. They finally were able to knock down the Croc, but took a lot out of them. Okay, could be in some potential danger here. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's slowed up, but he's able to use the sombrero to get on out, and they'll just have to back away. It was the moment of brilliance, but just not enough to look to work on this top lane tower with the Baron buff still active.
Yeah, they're still working with it. They still have a lot of ultimates, of summoners. That is a good hook to hit. Rutledge going to take some damage. Yone trying to do what they can, but with IBM back, I mean, what can they really do? They end up losing the top tower. Here we go.
Oh my god, that ultimate just sealed the deal here, and everything after that's a foregone conclusion. Dibbles will be the last to fall, but with that, so goes the hope of ever making it to the grand finals, because KFC just put a nail in the coffin.
Massive ultimate chain, Shady Gecko and Earl King. Heartbreaking for CB Rush, but they get reverse swept. They saw they were so close. They were so close to making it to the grand finals. All they needed to do was win 1 of 3, and it's disaster. Oh, it is disaster.
The mentality, the wherewithal, the just clutch moments here from KFC Gaming to, again, at the beginning of the day, number 2 seed. We thought all things were going to be gravy here, although CB Rush was great and only separating by 1 or 2 wins to be a seeded team versus a wild card. But nonetheless, they showed why they are the number 2 seed with just a monstrous performance starting out there with IBM and Earl King. I mean, the guy heated up as the series went along.
Yeah, it was massive play from Earl King. Solbert had a great series, in the final 3 games. I thought Gecko did great. IBM was on and off, but when he was on, it was a massive Renekton game to close out the series. And then 4000 IQ, kind of always the unsung hero, but those Braum games, the Thresh games, it was a big part in the reason that they won. If you're CB Rush, you're probably kicking yourself. You're mad. You're frustrated. Dibble had a good series. Had fantastic Caitlyn games. Didn't have as much impact on other champions. They forced him off the Caitlyn, and we said, how important is Dibble off the Caitlyn? And it just didn't have the same impact. Rutledge had a rough series. Nuffy's had some good games. Joby, Caddy. At the end of the day, they're just going to be disappointed in themselves that they couldn't get it done. But KFC is going to be one of your grand finalists for the APL.
Yeah, it was a massive series, and big props all around to both the teams. And putting on a 5-game series is hard in its own regard, but it is, frankly, the victor goes the spoils. And KFC showed that not only were they able to withstand the early storm, they also showed they were able to come back from some of these pains that ailed them. Said Earl King is having a bad series, game 1 and game 2, and is able to turn around and do good things. So all that, great. I think where it is for me, we're going to do a quick interview here in a second with a player from the winning team. And oh my God, as
there he is.
Yeah, Earl King is in the call. How are we feeling, buddy?
Oh, good. Honestly, very good. Very good. Bit worried after the first two games, but now it's good.
Yeah, Earl King, I got to ask you, right? The first two games, you're put on Aurelion Sol. I think not your best champion, or maybe not the right circumstances, whatever the reasoning. It wasn't the Earl King we've come to expect. Those last three games, you took it personally. You went absolutely nuclear. What was the conversation like after game two?
Um, I'm gonna be completely honest. That wasn't me at all. That was Solbert saying, "This is what's gonna happen. We're gonna B1 Seraphine. We're gonna pick Tristana, and we are going to win." We've done that a lot in scrims. We've played that specific combo a bunch in scrims, and it's worked out well there, and apparently it works out well here. So yeah, that can't be attributed. The drafting wasn't much me there on that game, especially.
No, we've been talking a bunch on the cast, like just the mental like resilience to be able to have like two unfortunate games and turn around in the Tristana performance. It feels like there's a lot of different looks from you as a team, y'all's ability to play early game, like in game number 3 to 4 and 5 with something that looks a bit more scaly. And I mean, I would be wrong to say that you didn't hit the game-winning ult there at the end. It's the most disgusting, 5-man shred I've seen in a hot minute. What do you think, like the style of KFC, or like what do you guys aim to feel like the style of the whole kind of go series?
Honestly, I guess this whole season we've sort of been a scaling team. I think if you look, we have one of, if not the longest average game time in the league. But we kind of leaned into that a bit too hard, I think, with the ASOL, where we were kind of just getting rolled before we even had a chance to do anything. CBR was pushing their leads pretty well and just steamrolling us. So we had to at least play something with a bit of agency to at least have a chance in the mid game.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, my final question. You play this game 4.5 hours, of League of Legends. You lose 2 games. You go on to win the next 3, of course, but the mental resiliency, I mean, you guys must just be mental warriors. What did it take from you guys to be playing so long and lose the first 2 games, honestly, pretty poorly, and then win the next 3 fairly convincingly? How did you find that within yourselves, especially in such a high pressure stage? This isn't a regular season game. This is the semifinals with your season on the line.
Yeah, I think that was mostly from a top laner basing yelling at us, saying, "It's not over yet, guys. Fucking focus up." And every time we were getting too hypey, he's like, "Guys, calm down. We haven't won yet." So yeah, no getting to think, "Oh my god, it's late. It's late." I just hear basing yelling in my ear, "Job's not over."
Love that. Job's not done. And with that in mind, of the job not being done,
yeah.
you are going up against Dorado Gaming Epsilon in the grand final. Any thoughts on that? Any thoughts as a team of what that means going into the grand finals and how you stack up?
Honestly, their team looked very good. I was kind of watching their game against Richard's Riders between our games, as we know a lot of people on that team and we're good friends. And I think at least I think RR is a very good team. So seeing them kind of get steamrolled in certain games was a bit scary, very scary. Especially, I think, like, their mid lane quality player is he's a very good mid. So I definitely think Dorado being able to beat them means that we'll have a tough game on our hands next week.
Well, hey, I gotta say, definitely best of luck to you. Great performance tonight. We're gonna let you go do something else besides stare at your computer screen. So
yeah,
thanks so much for speaking with.
Thank you.
No, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time. It's been a great time. It's been the worst of times, but that's all we've got here for the Aegis Protector League. I've been Regdor. That's still Bonfire. We're still hooking and jabbing. So thanks so much for coming out. Have yourself a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time.
Good night.